Showing your face was the last mistake you will ever make.
Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, mortal. Their spirits are free, and henceforth above my shrine, 5 bright candles shall burn forever in memory of the sacrifice. For your service, take this token, that your deeds might be entered in the book of fate.
You're pathetic.
Take that!
Oh, Fox? Was geht da hinten?
Oh, nice. He's dismounted. He's dead here.
No. What is this? Kill one guy and then the shit dog? What? I know what you think. Think some creatures. I know, bro. Whoa, whoa. What's up?
Speak. Speak. It's an honor to finally meet you. When I heard you were in town, I just had to send for your help. Oh, allow me to... Likewise. Sorry to send Gillen's wife to get you in that manner, but it seems safer if you'll come with me. Splendid.
What hole did you crawl out of?
I'm honored by your presence.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome. You're now in the sanctuary of the Order of the Virtuous Blood. Few outside our circle have ever set foot in our hallowed hall. We are, for lack of a better word, defenders. We guard the city from an infestation that plagues it. We are vampire hunters. I'm sure you are familiar with these Alas, we are but 3 old men. Our goal is to root out the vampires that live in our fair... It's come to the Order's attention that Temple District resident Roland Genseric is a vampire. And that's where you come in. We want you to slay this vampire. A few nights ago, I was roaming the city, as I often do, looking for any signs of a vampire. As I headed past Roland's house, I heard a cry. I rushed into the back garden to find Roland struggling with a woman he'd been courting. I tried to intervene, but he was too strong. He threw his lover to the ground and turned his attention on me. Luckily, I managed to run back into the street and escape his grasp. I hid for a while and then returned to the garden. Roland was gone, and the woman was dead. She had 2 puncture marks on the nape of her neck. That's when I realized he was a vampire. The Order needs you to track him. I would start by searching his home. He hasn't been there for days, so it should be... His home... Vampires are... You may ask... Who knows when Roland...
Roland was always a quiet man. It was only recently he'd met that young lady. It's said that the bite of a vampire has...
Yeah.
And may strike
Vampires
again.
are clever.
You
so
must
watch
hurry.
your back.
How can Roland was very much the... I understand the vampire. Be ever vigilant. Vampires are creatures of deceit.
What? Cyrodiil is...
I'm pleased you've joined us.
You've got some nimble fingers. What have you been getting into?
In a development that is sure to surprise literally no one, the public officially has evidence that Logan Paul is a scumbag. The evidence comes in the form of text messages exchanged between Paul and his friends about his true motives in suing CoffeeZilla. These text messages were just revealed by CoffeeZilla in a recent legal filing in the defamation case that Logan Paul filed against him for statements that CoffeeZilla made about Paul's alleged CryptoZoo scam. Specifically, CoffeeZilla is trying to have the case transferred from federal court in San Antonio to federal court in Austin, where the case can be more closely litigated with the class action case filed by the alleged victims of the CryptoZoo fiasco. And it seems like the ultimate goal there is to potentially have these two cases consolidated. And so as part of that request, CoffeeZilla attached some very interesting text messages that confirm that Logan Paul is a self-described petty billionaire who filed this lawsuit basically just to destroy CoffeeZilla. And the thing is, this is exactly the kind of thing that can kill a plaintiff's case when it ultimately goes to a jury. And in this video, we're going to talk about why that just might happen here. Let's get into it. Okay, so it's been a while since I talked about this whole CryptoZoo liability saga between Logan Paul and CoffeeZilla. I won't go into every single detail in this video. If you are brand new to this case, I have a whole playlist linked in the description below that you can go to for all the background details. As a brief breakdown, a couple years ago, CoffeeZilla came out with a 3-part video series on YouTube about Logan Paul's NFT project called CryptoZoo. In it, CoffeeZilla told the story of the failed project from the perspective of the people who lost money investing in it. And as is often the case with the videos CoffeeZilla makes regarding failed crypto projects, the essential conclusion of the series was Logan Paul scammed these people out of their money. The series blew up, and as a result, Logan Paul threatened to sue CoffeeZilla for defamation. Then he backed down and pseudo-apologized, and then pledged to kind of pay back all the people who lost money in the project, and even thanked CoffeeZilla for bringing all of this to light. This pledge even included a whole plan he said he was putting into place to systematically make this happen. But then months went by, and CoffeeZilla checked in again and saw that people had yet to be paid back. And in the meantime, Thomas Parker, also known as Attorney Tom on YouTube, good guy by the way, filed a class action lawsuit representing the alleged victims of the CryptoZoo project, alleging, among other things, fraud. That case is called Don Holland v. CryptoZoo Inc. et al. Some time after that, Logan Paul decided to sue CoffeeZilla for defamation after all. Now, something that was always peculiar to me was the timing of Logan Paul's defamation lawsuit against CoffeeZilla. You see, in most, if not all, jurisdictions in the United States, a defamation claim has to be filed within 1 year of the publishing of the statement that gives rise to the defamation claim. Otherwise, it gets barred by the statute of limitations. And that's definitely true in Texas, which is where these cases were filed in federal court. And looking back, CoffeeZilla's original 3-part CryptoZoo series was published in December 2022. Meanwhile, Paul waited until June 27th, 2024 to file his defamation claim, a year and a half after CoffeeZilla basically throttled him in the public sphere. This means Paul couldn't sue over the original YouTube series. He had to find other more recent statements that CoffeeZilla made about basically the same subject and sue him over those. And I've got to say, of the 3 statements that Logan Paul identifies in his complaint that he says are defamatory, 2 of those actually make it into the lawsuit basically by the skin of their teeth under the statute of limitations. The first was on June 29th, 2023, when CoffeeZilla posted on X, Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up. Then the second statement was on June 30th, 2023, when CoffeeZilla posted a video to YouTube titled Logan Paul's Scam Isn't Over. And the third statement is another YouTube video which CoffeeZilla published on January 5th, 2024, titled Logan Paul's, quote, refund. So those first 2 statements were literally like 2 or 3 days away from expiring under the statute of limitations before Paul filed his complaint for defamation. Anyway, the gist of these statements is CoffeeZilla called Logan Paul a scammer, and Logan Paul says that he's not a scammer, and also says that CoffeeZilla knew Paul wasn't a scammer because he had seen behind the scenes evidence that Paul was really a good guy who was just trying to do his best, man. Anyway, there's always been this weird question. If Paul was so animated about this whole defamation claim, why did he wait to file it a year and a half after the story originally blew up in his face? Well, in his recent filing where he's requesting a transfer of venue, CoffeeZilla has a theory, or at least maybe his lawyers do. I'll dive into the details of that theory in just a second, but let me first explain what this transfer venue motion is, because that context helps to introduce this other theory and also gets into what these whole text messages are all about. So CoffeeZilla's motion is, like I said, asking to transfer the venue of this lawsuit from San Antonio to Austin to be litigated with the class action case, and so that the other court can see if maybe the 2 cases should be consolidated together into 1 case. And then in the same motion, CoffeeZilla is also asking the court to stay the case until a decision has been made about whether there's enough overlap to transfer it. This means he's asking to effectively freeze the litigation in the case until that decision has been made. And the main reason for asking for this is because he says there's enough overlap between these 2 lawsuits that it makes sense. It saves everyone involved, including the court, both time and money. He essentially says we're using a lot of the same witnesses, a lot of the same evidence, and there's a question that needs to be answered in both cases, and that is, did Logan Paul defraud the people who invested in CryptoZoo? More specifically, this question is basically the ultimate question that needs to be answered in the class action case, and it's a foundational question in the defamation case. It's foundational in this case because Logan Paul is essentially suing CoffeeZilla for calling him a scammer over the whole CryptoZoo saga. And if you're familiar with defamation, you know that truth of a statement is an absolute defense to defamation. So if it turns out that Logan Paul in fact did defraud / scam all of these CryptoZoo investors, and a court effectively concludes that, whether it's a judge or a jury, that conclusion effectively cuts Logan Paul's defamation claim at the knees. So CoffeeZilla is saying, let's litigate these cases together, at the very least for efficiency's
dares
sake.
accuse
Now,
me
I will
of being
say
a
that is a
vampire?
pretty good
Me?
argument.
Ah,
Courts like to
he's
be
the one who
efficient.
is the
They don't usually
vampire.
like to see the same case or issue get relitigated if it doesn't
I
have
can't
to.
believe
So
him.
we'll see what the
I
judge
knew he
says
would
on this
try
whole
and
issue.
pin this
Anyway, so
on me.
back to CoffeeZilla's
If only I
theory
could
or
get
theories
my
on
hands on
why
him.
Logan Paul is actually suing him for defamation. In this recent filing,
I'm
CoffeeZilla
sorry.
basically says that the real reason that Paul
hiding up
filed the
here in this
defamation claim
cabin and I
isn't
forgot
to
my
get
manners.
compensated for being defamed
and
by him.
understand.
Rather, it's to do two improper things.
loved her.
The
I'd
first is to
never
try to get
harm her.
discovery on this other
Ralphina was
crypto
the
suit
love
class
of my
action
life.
lawsuit through
For the
CoffeeZilla
first
when
time, when she
everything else
started
in that
taking
case
walks
over
in
there
the
is
garden at
otherwise
night, I
stayed.
became
It's
suspicious.
basically frozen. I'll
I didn't
explain
want
that in
to
just a
lose
moment.
her.
But the second
I should
improper
have
thing
trusted-
is just to be a self-described petty
Yes.
billionaire using his massive
must
wealth
let
to
someone
essentially
else know.
bankrupt CoffeeZilla through
That
litigation.
night, I
Now, these two
decided to
arguments fit
follow
together with
Ralphina.
this motion to transfer
I
venue because they
wanted to
both
see
have
where she went. When she stopped in the garden and Serida stepped out of the shadows, my heart sank. Then suddenly he was upon her. She seemed entranced as he wrapped his arms around her and sank his teeth into her neck. I burst from my hiding place and attacked Seridor. He became startled for a moment and tossed Ralphina aside. She fell to the ground, and I heard a sickening crack as her head struck a stone. I was no equal to Seridor. He knocked me down in one quick movement. As I lost consciousness, I saw him laugh and then run away. Now I know why he didn't finish me that night. I panicked. They'd never believe he was a man. Thank you. I'm happy you gave me a chance. I know about. You may want to. I doubt that he's told Gillen and Greythroat anything, but you could always try. Remain leery of Seridor. He's much more cunning than you may suspect. Return here. As you know, the vampire can't remain in sunlight. I'd wager that you'll never see Seridor outside during that time. Remain leery of Seridor. He's much more cunning than you may suspect.
all proceedings until they've decided on those motions. That means everything in that case is frozen in time, and no one is allowed to do really much of anything until
Stay away! Die!
You elves are all the same.
Don't feel
all
bad?
flash and
Don't
no
live forever.
Yes?
Good day.
What?
I'm not really at liberty to... What can I interest you in?
All right.
Every little bit helps. Seridor? He comes in from time to time. Usually it's when he's out shopping. Then sometimes he buys a few books. I think I overheard him once mention Memorial Cave to another patron of mine. Yes, it's outside of the Imperial City. I just assumed Seridor had a relative that died, but Seridor's a stubborn one. I looked it up once in an old atlas I had in stock. The Good day.
What?
Station.
Greetings, High Elf.
Go ahead.
Here, have a cup. You
Go
too.
ahead. Oh, hello.
Well
if
met.
you've got to travel, by the 9 divines,
Take
stay
care.
on the roads.
Speak
The
while the
wilderness
sands
just
are
isn't
warm.
safe.
It's my pleasure. Be seeing you.
Hello.
What? Good day.
Oh, the
Yes?
shopkeeper, so what was it
Be
they
seeing
doing
you.
here?
Hi. You too.
Vampires, a lot of them. Oh, that nuts. Ah, Primus.
Hey.
Welcome back. No.
What's that?
Obviously, he's a vampire. Giga Sniper has arrived.
Who's there?
What? Think you're invisible or what?
No! No!
Not programming. Wow.
Where are you?
Whoa.
Take that!
Nice try. Men ser lite what's wrong? You turned fucking traitor after. Start. I should have town already. That's not right.
Do you return triumphant? I hope you're here to bring... He's dead? Oh, thank goodness. I feared I'd never... The ironic thing is that I think the Order of the Virtuous Blood should continue its work. Yes, I think that the Order will live on. Let us never speak of that Can you believe? I'll see you in the... Please. I'll see you in the Imperial City.
spare a coin for...
This had better be good.
I didn't know Cyrodiil was a vampire, I swear. I
You
serve
sure?
Roland now. Please,
'Cause I like the
accept my
armor.
apologies for my error in judgment.
Mm.
Welcome.
Untrustworthy. Dark elf.
What is it now?
It's so good to see. Not only that, but we'd like to make you an honorary member. If you're ever in need of our service. In addition, we'd like to reward you with this enchanted ring.
Ring of Sunfire.
At least there are a few less vampires. If any of our books can help you, since you're an honorary member of the Order, if you bring back proof you've slain a vampire, bring back the vampire dust from the... Excellent. Another... Excellent. Return to me when you have... May the sunlight always safeguard your path.
What can the Order... Oh, I'm...
Gonna go poor, paying me for all the vampires I've killed.
Vampires
are
Silly
creatures of
quest.
the sea.
What is it, Sarah? What's going on with you? I heard there were some goblins around here recently.
quiet.
So Roland. Hello again, brother.
Ah, Value Blue, was geht? Mars Levant.
Yes, brother.
Das Quest auch gelöst. Splitzen. Ja. Der Main Quest Reihe weitermachen. Also das ist doch da drin, oder was?
I figured out another item needed for the ritual, to open the portal to Cameron's paradise. The second item is the counterpart to the first, the blood of a divine. This was a terrible puzzle to me. Unlike the Daedra Lords, the gods have no artifacts, and do not physically manifest themselves in our world. How, then, to obtain the blood of a god? But Joffrey solved it. The blood of Tiber Septim himself, who became one of the divines. This is a secret remembered only by the Blades, passed down from one Grand Master to the next. Joffrey should tell it to you himself. I won't ask what you went through to obtain this, my friend. I know all too well the depravity of the princes of Oblivion. Are you ready to give me the artifact?
What?
I won't ask what... Are you ready to give me the artifact? Remember, the ritual will consume its physical form. It won't be seen again on Tamriel for many years. Ah, Azura's star. As beautiful as all the tales tell. You should talk to Joffrey. He needs your help. Be sure to speak to Joffrey about the...
I've just received word from the Countess of Bruma that an Oblivion gate has opened outside the city. It seems that the Mythic Dawn are putting their plan to it. Since you've dealt with these gates, once they've seen how it's done, they should be able... Captain Bird is waiting for you outside the Bruma City gate. So, Martin wants you to recover the armor of Tiber Septim. I wish there was another. The armor is in the shrine of Tiber Septim, in the catacombs beneath the ruins of... But Sankator became evil long ago. No one has returned from the shrine of... I do not know. The catacombs of Sankator were sealed by the four mightiest blades of Tiber Septim's day. Elaine, Valda... Here. This is the key to...
Nubis.
An ancient relic of... After the Battle of Sankator, Tiber Septim gave his armor to the Blades in honor of our role in his victory. The Blades built a shrine in the catacombs of Sankator. The armor has been there ever since, but no one has visited the shrine and lived to tell the tale in centuries. You should rendezvous with Captain Bird immediately. The sooner that...
Då man måste snälla en team. Ses up, Fox.
Have you helped Captain Bird and his men close the Oblivion Gate yet?
Så.
Good afternoon, sir. was the last mistake you'll ever make.
What? Because I have the mask on. Lord. They put the nasty mask on. Hey, it's me, it's okay. What?
What's the matter? Getting tired?
It's me. It's all good.
Thanks for... We're ready when you are. All right.
Talk to newbies.
All right, boys, listen up. We've got to close that gate over there. Nobody likes the idea of going into that thing, but if we don't, let's make these... Damn right.
We're with you, Captain.
Go, bastards. Time to dive.
So far, so good.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Oh!
Here comes another one.
Oh wow. It's a string.
Here comes another one.
Gibt's irgendwelche Neuigkeiten?
Look out! Stay sharp. Look out!
Mhm.
I've got it. Look out! Join my trophies, Mythic.
So.
Here comes another one. Here comes another one.
Oh! Crash! Oh. Whoa. Yep. Unreal crashing. Starting.
I've got that one. This is no place I ever wanted to find. No. Glad. Lead on.
So be right back a moment.
Stay sharp. What's the matter? Getting tired? It was an honor to serve with you, sir. Now that I've seen how it's done, I think my guardsmen and I can handle any new gates that open near Bruma.
Good work. Captain Bird and his guardsmen should be able to handle any additional gates, at least for now. But the Bruma Guard cannot defend the city indefinitely. The Daedra of Oblivion are innumerable. The guardsmen of Bruma are not. We need to gather what allies we can before Bruma is hopelessly besieged. If the Mythic Dawn manages to open a great gate here, the city will need a stronger garrison for there to be any hope of defending it. You should speak to the rulers of the other cities of Cyrodiil, as well as the Elder Council. Ask them to send aid to Bruma before it is too late. Keep working on obtaining the items Martin needs for the ritual. Everything else is just buying time for us to get the Amulet of Kings back from Mankar Cameron. Bruma cannot hold off the hordes of Oblivion alone. You should speak to the rulers of Cyrodiil as soon as possible. The danger to Bruma is growing by the day.
So. I watched some of them while the streams earlier, pathetic. For giving away items for free, basically. Probably worth nothing, those gold ruby rings anymore.
¿Qué cojones? ¿Cómo quieres que juegue si no se puede jugar? Yo ya jugué. Estáis viendo de fondo mi vídeo. El vídeo que yo grabé jugando al juego. O sea, me estás viendo jugar. Literalmente me estás viendo jugar ahora mismo. Lo que pasa es que ahora mismo no estoy jugando. Pero estoy yo jugando en el vídeo.
What other city videos? Insane money farm. Oblivion remastered, 500,000 gold per hour. Yeah, we can just farm 500,000 gold in 1 hour. This is pure gibberish.
were sent here by the Emperor Tiger's Septum to discover what evil had defied. We did not know that the Underking
Easy.
I was realist, loyal. No, he departed long, over the uncounted years. I go now to. Why do you disturb me? Why do you... know you. You freed me. Free.
No. Fuck.
I know you. You freed me.
see Futzia. What's up? How's it going? Everything alright?
Good evening, sir.
My progress on the Mysterium Xerxes is slow, I'm afraid. How goes your search for the... The Septim blood may flow through my veins, but you have the soul of a hero. The armor of Tiber Septim himself. Joffrey will be amazed. You can reassure Joffrey that I will not destroy the armor. All I need is a scraping of Talos's divine blood. The blades are as touchy as priests about... While you were gone, I've made some progress in deciphering the Mysterium Xerxes ritual. The third item we need is a great Welkin stone. You may have run across lesser Welkin stones. They're fairly common in Ayleid ruins. But a great Welkin stone will not be easy to come by. They have been plundered one by one over the years, due to their great value to mages and occultists. There is only one place that is rumored to still contain one. The ruins of the Ayleid city, a place where many have perished seeking its great... The capital of one of the ancient Ayleid kingdoms which flourished in Cyrodiil before the rise of men. It is said that the ruins are still haunted by the vengeful spirit of its last king. True or not, it is not a place to enter lightly. Be careful. The pinnacle of Ayleid magic. Once, every Ayleid city had its great stone. But they've all been plundered over the centuries. But no one has ever done more than glimpse it from a distance. It is said to be guarded by the ghost of the last king of Miskarkand. Miskarkand is one of the most extensive Ayleid ruins in Cyrodiil. It was the capital of one of the ancient Ayleid kingdoms. You might find glories and laments among the Ayleid ruins useful. I have the library's copy at my table if you need. Be careful, my friend. I know you've braved many dangers already, but Miskarkand is not to be taken lightly.
Ja, was treibst du? Was spielst du eigentlich? Oder schaust nur zu immer wieder? Also wenn das Dune rauskommt, ich meine, das ist ja Spaß mit den Extra-Servern, kann nur ein Scherz sein. Die können das doch nicht ernst meinen und live gehen und sagen, ja, wir haben einen 40-Mann-Server quasi. Da machst du einen Hauptteil und PvE und dann kannst du mal spielen mit den Leuten.
Today we are closing the book on one of our oldest and most ludicrous grifters and con men than we've ever seen before, aka Brian Rose. He's one of our most ancient fake gurus, and a lot of you, if you watched sort of at the beginning of CoffeeZilla, you watched this man's whole career explode. He went from this sort of well-respected interviewer who was kind of coming up in the wake of Joe Rogan, right, trying to copy a lot of the stuff he was doing, and then somehow during the vid, his brain fried, and he started talking about censorship, David Icke, which, you know, I guess if you want to do that, that's up to you. But then he started also censoring people himself. Like, he became one of those censorship bros who was also totally intolerant of anyone being the slightest bit critical of him. And so, look, I documented this extensively on my platform because it sort of intersected all of the things that I think are funny. One, people who love to basically say, like, you can't censor me, but also at the same time say, like, I'm you. But also, he crowdfunded money for something he called the Digital Freedom Platform. He said he was blockchain technology, all these things that never ended up happening. He said he was going to sue YouTube, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I documented how that a lot of that stuff never happened. A lot of this digital freedom platform wasn't real, or at least not in the way he described it. And now his career has sort of exploded since then. I mean, in like sort of the, not in like the doing really well way, more in like the oil tanker way. Which, look, I'm not here to celebrate by any means. I'm just stating a fact. His channel got removed from YouTube for a lot of the, ostensibly the conspiracies he was peddling on YouTube that he should have put on his freedom platform. I thought that was the whole point of the freedom platform. I don't know. So either way, I had kind of tapped out of looking at Brian Rose, okay, of London Real. But recently, I got shown this clip, and you have to understand, at the time I showed it, I wanted to cover it, I just didn't have a place to cover it. And the best part about The Void, the part that I love the most, is that it allows me to finally cover all the small topics that I never got to in the past. So this is sort of, I feel like it's going so full circle for this channel. I get to revisit our oldest, or one of our oldest and biggest grifters, Brian Rose, as he talks about how his channel got deleted from YouTube. Something that normally, you know, I'm not going to celebrate or anything like that. If you see the full context of this, it is absolutely unbelievable. So the context for the clip we're about to see is we're going to watch Brian Rose himself discuss cancel culture, his personal experience, how he got removed from the platform, and then we're going to watch as he gets confronted for doing the exact same thing to someone else, and we will see how well he responds.
What do you do now, Brian? In this film, We Will Not Be Silenced, what is your strategy as you look ahead?
Yeah, well, first of all crazy ideas that end up becoming amazing innovations in this world start out as sounding like stupid and crazy, from democracy to the steam engine to the internet to artificial intelligence. And so if we don't allow that discussion to happen in an open and honest way, we're literally depriving humanity. I mean, you could argue humanity only is where it is today because we've had this open and honest debate.
Huh. Okay, that's the classic, like, no censorship thing. Hey, we just... the internet. Like, I don't know. Whatever else you said. The point is, you need to let open and honest discussion happen. How are we going to do that if they're taking down my conspiracy videos with David Icke, right? So, okay, whatever you think about that, it doesn't really matter because now Brian is about to be challenged on his own stance on this because it turns out he censored people in the past. Find that out.
Great to have you on the show. You've had Brian in your sights. Why was that? How do you respond to what has happened to Brian's channel in recent times?
Well, I mean, overall, I'm very worried about censorship on... the whole issue is so complicated. The reason I was critical and I'm still critical of what happened with Brian, is that he himself is censored. I mean, when he was running for mayor way back in 2021, you know, a group of school kids interviewed him online about his campaign, and they were starting to ask critical questions, which is pretty good for 15-year-olds. And their interview with Brian was brought down, went up on YouTube for about a minute, and then it was blocked on copyright grounds. And then there was an argument went on for a few days, and eventually they managed to get it back up there. But, you know, London Real they were arguing that the interview was Brian's copyright, or their copyright, and therefore they had the right to pull it down. Whereas anybody knows, a political interview, the copyright on that belongs to the people doing the interview. And Brian was embarrassed by the question, and he didn't know about his business plans.
Right away.
Yeah, I don't remember us.
Okay, Brian. Yeah, right. This has been, you guys know Brian is very great conversation. The entire time that I was like dying to actually confront him in person. But so this is the thing, I'm like living vicariously through Michael Trick right now on calling him out on the most basic hypocrisy of his whole like digital thing. We have to let ideas flourish for the steam engine to work. And he's going to take down a literal school child podcast with you because they start calling you out. Their channel, by the way, is called Politics Relaxed. The original video. If you want to actually, it's really incredible what they're doing. And yeah, let's see Brian squirm a bit.
Just let Brian respond to that right away.
Yeah, I don't remember us doing that.
You don't remember the argument?
No, I remember the interview. I don't remember censorship allegations.
Look, this was a big story at the time. It was covered in all sorts of places. I don't believe it when you say you don't remember it.
Okay. So
this is what all these people do. They deny basic facts and just expect you to believe them. And then, and this is the key, they try to move on. All these people, when they get called out on hard questions, tell them, I don't remember that. I don't recall. Okay, so anyway, I want to talk about, and they go back to this talking point they've been going for, like, hey, can we talk about how I'm the victim again? Can we talk about how bad I have it?
About was our digital platforms allowing us the right to free speech, and when we give those rights up to people like YouTube to potentially an online safety bill.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this case here, right?
Good.
You claimed that the interview these young school kids, right? School kids.
I did interviews during the mayoral campaign, so I'd have to go back and check.
Well, look, this is bogus.
Wait, I thought he said he remembered the interview. Now he's saying I did 50 interviews. So he doesn't remember. What do you think? Sutko! I love, though, that he has to sit here and take it from Michael Crick. And I will say, I love these, like, hard-nosed, you know, they're built different, too. They won't let you get away with stuff like this. Although you're about to find that the main host kind of plays defense for Brian in a way I really dislike. But Michael Crick doesn't want to let him off the hook.
I mean, there was a big fuss about this at the time. And, you know, when we get to our age, our memories aren't great. But in this case, I mean, okay, well, let me say, do you think it's wrong, then, that that interview should have been taken off?
You know, censored me was the BBC not inviting me on their show.
Stop talking about why you're a victim, Brian. Talk about what happened.
You answer my question. You're avoiding the question here, Brian. You're avoiding the question here. And do you think it's right that London Real, which is your company,
we don't have the power
exercise copyright?
We don't have the power to censor people.
Well, you claimed the interview was your copyright.
This is the best part of the whole, everything else is boring.
Because, yeah, there's clearly a disagreement. What I'm saying is that this is not really the first man to talk about censorship, because he has exercised censorship himself.
Thank you. They all talk about censorship when it's them. They're getting censored. They all hate it. They go, this is unethical, this is whatever. The second they can put the screws on somebody else, they love it. They actually love it. And by the way, the podcast, they're all talking about it. This is it. I decided to pull it up because you have to see it to believe it. Essentially, these kids are calling him out. You can see the other guy here for his digital freedom platform, and he storms off. So the idea that, like, I don't remember, and then he took it down under copyright saying my image is my copyright or something. So the idea that he doesn't remember this is pretty hilarious.
Confirm or deny that? I have over 1,000 guests for the last 10 years. They all have a variety of points of view.
So just to check, you're denying that David said this, or
no, they have a variety of points of view, and I respect.
He's on repeat. He's literally on like the record skipping. They have a variety point of view. They have a variety point. You can actually see him also going to the top of the Zoom window to try to click off of, click out of the call, try to leave the call. How much of an intellectual lightweight Brian Rose is.
They have a variety of points of view. They have a variety of points of view.
Look, he's going. Look, there he goes. Looking for the in call button.
Just to check, you're denying that David said this, or
no, they have a variety of points of view, and I respect the right to say it.
And also the comments. You've deleted comments off your channel that are even vaguely against what you're doing. They're saying
we have a social media team that monitors that. We don't believe in hate speech, and we don't believe in anything that incites violence. So as my actually got
look at him, look out.
So we're just after the hour, so Howard's just giving me a shake here. So let's pick this up another.
This is not going well, Brian. Your clock's getting cleaned by a bunch of teenagers. So that's the full context of that clip. That's what he's claiming. I don't remember, which I promise is not true. I think he has nightmares about that clip. But anyway, so pulling back to this is what Brian has to say. He's called out about this.
Apologise then to Felix van der Geest. Would you like to take this opportunity, Michael, to apologise to him? Schoolboy.
Brian disputes that version of events, and we're not going to get to the
Well, he hasn't explained what the version of events is.
We're not going to get to the bottom of it if you keep interrupting.
Remember it.
We're not going to get to the bottom of it. This is a basic disagreement over a specific incident. But can I...
Well, I'd like to take the opportunity to specifically he's still a schoolboy. Hadn't even used GCSE year at the time.
You're disputing that account of that sequence of events. And as I say, we're just not going to...
Well, yeah, I mean, he could express sympathy, couldn't he? Because he had something taken down off YouTube as well. His interview with Brian Rose, which mysteriously was taken down. And well, it's not mysterious. It was taken down on copyright grounds because London Real were claiming the copyright belonged to Brian.
With YouTube.
Oh, the guy! It pisses me off. It pisses me off, and it's satisfaction to watch all of this happen. Because on one hand, I'm very satisfied watching Michael Crick tear into Brian. On the other hand, watching Brian make YouTube. Oh gosh. Oh, it's so good.
Felix Van really cannot tell them what to censor.
No, but why do you express sympathy with Felix?
There's something wrong with that.
Do you know, if I was in this situation and this had happened to me, I'd be hugely embarrassed and I'd be saying, Felix, give me his number, I'll ring him up and say sorry to Felix Van der Geest. Mr. Rose is not doing that. Why?
We're just going to get stuck here. Let's just move this.
Well, we are, because he's refusing.
Okay, I have a theory that this guy's on the payroll. That's not confirmed, not true. I have no evidence for that. But very strange the way he went to bat for Brian Rose. But that is what Brian Rose has been up to lately, and it puts a big old smile on my face. Not only the fact that these kids cleaned him out, but also the fact that now he's being called out for rightful hypocrisy on this whole issue, because he says he's such a man of free speech, he's such a man of, you know, the digital freedom platform, and then in actuality he just wants to censor children who disagree with him, even when it could have led to the invasion. So yeah, that's basically it. It's super an old video. It's a super old video, but I never had time to cover it on the main CoffeeZilla video channel, and I just figured in the void, finally I have the opportunity to be as absolutely petty as I want. So yeah, that's basically it. Bye.
Hey! Let me chase you, man. Come here a second. Got an ID on you, man?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna sit that down somewhere.
Let's walk back to the hotel, yeah.
Where you from? Drink some alcohol tonight?
Yeah, I was just walking back.
How much you had to drink?
Okay.
What brings you into town?
So, if you want to talk about it, a lot of the Israelis, Assad, I don't know if you guys know about Palestine. I know you guys busted the old massage parlor. Down there you thought like a couple girls getting a little rub and tug for 60 bucks.
Who are you? You want to tell us you're something like white supremacists?
No, I don't know.
Why are we talking about different ethnicities in this town?
I'm interested in your line of thought on, you said, talking about Palestine and Israelis. Finish your thought. I'm genuinely curious at this point.
I appreciate you guys talking to me. I really do.
You got any weapons on you or anything, man?
No, sir. No,
Place your hands on the front of that vehicle.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel. You know, one of my goals here is to help people understand the most basic constitutional rights at play when citizens interact with their government, mostly law enforcement. But that can be very complicated. In fact, these basic constitutional rules confuse lawyers, they confuse judges, and they certainly confuse police officers. And so sometimes it's these simple video clips that show the interactions that we can break down that are very useful in instructing these sorts of constitutional rights. So let's take a look at this footage that was just submitted to me by a guy in Ohio showing an interaction that he had late at night with the Chillicothe, Ohio Police Department. Let's go through it and I'll explain the rights at play as we go along. This footage comes to us from Bud Swayze, who is an Ohio native. He had just returned from a mission trip to Southeast Asia to provide drinking water to less fortunate families. He had this welcome home dinner with friends at a local restaurant there in Chillicothe, and he stayed in a hotel near this gas station where this interaction occurred. So here is the initial 911 call that brought police to see Bud.
Ah, well.
911 emergency? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're going in and out. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a worker down here at the CPG gas station.
Okay.
I have a guy out here, he's drunker than a mofo, bugging my customers, and we had some kids out here, even bugged in, and they took all out, but he's still here, he's out front of my store.
Okay, do you have a description of him?
Yeah, he's a white dude, got short hair, he's wearing a black shirt with, Bart Simpson on the front of it, and, decals on the back.
Okay.
And he just walked around the back of my store, so I can see him. But I think he's wearing, black pants.
Do you think he walked there or is he in a vehicle?
He walked here.
Okay.
He definitely walked here from one of the hotels behind, but...
Okay. And what was your name?
With black pants.
Go to listen to somebody over, check for him.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
When determining whether constitutional rights have been violated, one of the most important things to do is to find out what information was available to the police. A lot of times that's just going to be the 911 recordings. It's going to be what the dispatcher told to the police officers who arrived on the scene. Sometimes it can be a police officer's prior knowledge of an individual, but most of the time it's going to be like it is here. All this police officer who's arriving knows is what he's relayed by dispatch. So that's why it's important to listen to the 911 call. So you heard exactly what the officer was told. Now you will see exactly what the officer then observed for himself, which is the second part of the analysis.
Hey! Let me chase you, man. Give me a second. What's going on tonight?
Always going back to my hotel.
Okay. Down here for some more alcohol tonight? Yeah. Okay. You got an ID on you, man?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead and set that down somewhere.
So the officer arrives at the scene, and the first thing he does is confront the suspect, and he asks him for ID. Now remember, there's two different scenarios in an initial confrontation between police and a suspect. One is a consensual or so-called consensual encounter, which is just like going up to and talking to somebody, and the person is free to leave or reasonably believes that they're free to leave. Therefore, the Fourth Amendment is not implicated. The second scenario is you have an investigatory detention. Somebody is detained against their will. They are not free to leave. Oftentimes, that is triggered when a police officer demands identification, demands ID. This officer just straight up goes up to the guy and asks him for ID. Would a guy in the suspect's shoes believe that he is free to leave at this point? Sometimes there can be factual disputes on those grounds. But the important thing I think to remember here is that this officer did not go to find out additional information, either from the suspect or from any complaining witness prior to demanding that ID. So are we at a detention at this point? I would say so. But let's continue watching and you can see for yourself.
You got a call in early here. You were causing a disturbance.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Looks like you had to close the store for you and everything, man. Don't want you coming back in there.
Yeah, no, I was just walking back around.
Okay. Yep, let's see your ID, man.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that, sir. I was walking back to the hotel, you know?
Where are you from?
This is definitely not consensual at this point. One thing to take into account is another police officer arrives and he's sort of surrounded, and they have their lights on. They're shining on this guy, so he's surrounded by multiple law enforcement officers, and he said, let's have that ID. So it doesn't sound like it's optional. So I would say definitely this guy is being detained at this point. Therefore, the Fourth Amendment is implicated here. So what is necessary for this to be constitutional? Well, this police officer has to have reasonable suspicion that this guy has committed some crime. Now, that does probably exist here because that's not a difficult standard for police to meet. There was a call. The description during the 911 call matches this guy, and the substance of the call probably does fit some criminal charge in the state of Ohio. But remember that the Fourth Amendment says that police have to act reasonably. So while they can perform an investigatory detention of this guy, that doesn't mean that they can just grab him, put him in handcuffs, doesn't mean that they can beat him, doesn't mean that they can do all sorts of things. They have to act reasonably based on the facts, such as what is the reasonable suspicion that they have, what sort of crime, is it a serious crime? Let's continue watching, and let's see if the police act reasonably.
Southern Ohio.
Okay. Drink some alcohol tonight?
Yeah, I was just walking back.
How much you had to drink?
So here we have the police officer asking potentially incriminating questions. So this happens all the time. You get pulled over in a traffic stop, a police officer will ask you questions that if you answer, it could incriminate you. Have you been drinking tonight? Now, do they have to read you your Miranda rights first and advise you that you don't have to answer those questions because they may incriminate you? No. Why? Because you're not under arrest yet. So Miranda rights need to be read, and whenever somebody is both in custody and being interrogated. So here, where you have just an investigatory detention, yeah, the person may not be free to leave, but it hasn't reached the level yet where you're technically under arrest and in custody. So they can ask you questions still at this point, just like in a traffic stop. If you tell the officer you've had a 12-pack of beer, there's not going to be a suppression issue over Miranda there, because it's not like you're in handcuffs back at the police station at this point. This guy, what could he say is, you know what, am I being detained? Am I free to leave? Do I have to answer that question? You can ask questions like that. Basically, keep your mouth shut, which is always a good idea when you're dealing with law enforcement.
So I'm just walking back to
How much have you had to drink?
I haven't drove, I haven't done that.
Didn't ask you that. I asked you how much you had to drink.
One White Claw.
Okay. So what happened when you were here earlier, man? There's some kids out here in the parking lot, you were vaping in the store. What was going on with that? You just having a bad night, or what's going on? Because like I said, we got a call on you earlier, okay? And you'd already left.
I apologize for what I said.
Who are you here with?
No, I'm just here
With all due respect, sire, there must be another way. The risk is too great.
I know the risk. I was at Kavash, but there is no other way. We have no choice.
The Countess will never agree to it.
She will. She must.
Very well. The blades are, as always, at your disposal.
Ah, here you are. You're back. And you've got... Yes, you did. I can't force you to do anything. I understand that. And I thank you. I never thought to see a great Welkin stone as beautiful as all the old tales tell. But of course, its beauty is a mask for its deadly power, like everything craft. Now, we need only one more item, and we'll be ready to open a portal to I should have seen it sooner. It's the counterpart to the Great Welkin Stone, just as the first two were the opposed powers of the Daedra and the Divines. Welkin stones contain the concentrated power of Mundus. Their counterparts are sigil stones, which are used to hold open Oblivion gates. A great sigil stone, then, is what we require. You're not going to like it, Joffrey doesn't like it. The Countess of Bruma certainly isn't going to like it. Great sigil stones are the anchors of great gates. The kind of gate the mythic Dawn opened at Kvatch. The kind of gate the mythic Dawn wants to open here to destroy Bruma. I said you weren't going to like it. The risk is great, I know. I was at Kvatch. I saw the terrible power of the Daedric siege engine. But we have no choice. The only way to recover the Amulet of Kings is to allow the mythic Dawn to proceed with their plan. No. I'll lead the defense of Bruma myself. If I am to be Emperor, it's time I started. Remember when we first met in Kvatch? I told you that I didn't want any part of the God's plan. I still don't know if there is a divine plan, but I've come to realize that it doesn't matter. What matters is that we act, that we do what's right when confronted with evil. That's what you did at Kvatch. It wasn't the gods that saved us, it was you. Were you acting for the gods? I don't know. But now, it's my turn to act. Please, my friend, I need your judgment, not your obedience. I explain myself to you so you understand me, and so you can explain to the Countess. I'm afraid she may take a bit more convincing than you. Good. Have her meet me in the Chapel of Talos for a council of war.
Sir! Sir!
Ah, Mikey, yo. So you also looked onto the event in Immortal. Pacanelli. Like watching a dying horse walk last steps, like about to crash out. Wasting away a golden ruber ring. It was like when they're teaming up in this fucking event. Or that. in Mod London, fucking Nelly made an event where people are jumping on top of a store, general store, player building, and then they're either pushing themselves over the edge or like killing themselves, and the last one standing gets a point and blah blah blah. So instantly, like two of the reds, yeah, like it wasn't obvious, the fucking red friends of the entire server, they teamed up instantly, got a couple of points, and then the rest teamed up. They like, in the end, it was like two big teams and one small team. Good job. People thought like, wow, you're making like 10 points or something, this is gonna take forever. Only if you win, you get a point. But then, yeah, they teamed up. They were like standing and looking at each other and then jumping off. Because, you see, when players have to do an event like that in Mortal Online, where the entire game is an event, right? Like you need to do something, just run around and kill people. What kind of event? No pets allowed, no tornado, mages. I mean, like, it was ridiculous, especially on this rooftop area. Lackluster. Game has become.
Sir.
When people have to do, like, the remaining 50 players have to do an event like that because there's no more content except for PvE. And in that sense, I mean, you can't just like have the PvE is garbage in what to do. Like PvE is ultra garbage. Yeah. Have like 70 players, let's say, out of 100 do PvE, and then 30 are hunting those 70. This is bullshit. This is never. We'll have to see about Dune. Yeah, maybe. Dune will be better. But the PvE in Dune, I mean, in the newbie area, there's only 2 shipwrecks where you can even go inside, and there's some PvE mode, and they were already saying like, yeah, no, if it's not like prime time, and there's no one. Just camp that place and collect the loot. There's no one. This is like only half the joke. Ich meine, ja, wir haben uns sehr angeschaut jetzt die Tage. Das werden noch viele spielen, ja. Aber das ist jetzt im Vergleich zu Conan, ist das ja ein Witz, die haben das ja am Kopf gedreht. Full Player Servers, also Full PvP Servers mit Full Loot überall. Plötzlich hast du halt das, wo eigentlich alles nur PvE und mehr PvE ist. Und das Allerlächerlichste, das war das Beste, ne? Die haben jetzt schon geweint, warte mal, wo ist das? Da waren doch ein paar Videos davon. Schau. Kann das hier umschalten. Die sind ja eigentlich auch ganz verrückt. Ich glaube, da sind so viele Bots reingeschalten. Schau, ich kann auf Dune rüberschalten. Dune Awakening.
So recently in the Dune Awakening Discord, we did see a Joel respond to a question that was asked about server caps. So the guy posed the question as, if there's 40 people and they're playing for 8 hours, are you going to be locked out for that 8 hours? And the definitive answer was yes. You are going to be locked out the entire time you're on that server.
Das ist halt hart hier.
Welcome back to Cuddles R Us. Today we're going to be talking about how to beat the queue system in Dune Awakening. Let's get into it.
So recently in the Dune Awakening Discord, we did see a Joel respond to a question that was asked about server caps. So the guy posed the question as, if there's 40 people and they're playing for 8 hours, are you going to be locked out for that 8 hours? And the definitive answer was yes. You are going to be locked out the entire time you're on that server or that instance of that server. So there's no questions about it. So which got me and Miss Cuddles thinking about different servers.
So what we were actually thinking about is looking for a server that does not correlate with our personal time zone. So what you're going to be looking at is thinking about your peak times and then looking for a server that has different peak times from you.
Und das sind ja die Dümmsten, ne? Was reden die? Hoppala. Warte mal, ich muss es klein machen. Was reden die da? Ja?
You're going to want a server that is a few hours ahead or a few hours behind of your.
Die glauben, es macht's besser, wenn sie von East Coast auf einen West Coast Server connecten. Also wer weiß, wie das wird mit der Serverkapazität hier, weil das ist das Schlimmste von allem. Und das war nicht auf den normalen Servern so, weil da hast du halt, ja, offiziell 1 bis 100 und da kannst du dich connecten. Sind die voll halt.
Your peak time. So for example, myself and Cuddles, we live on the East Coast. We are going to be looking towards the West Coast servers because where our peak time is, what that means basically is that our peak time will be while West Coast is at work still currently. So we're hoping to beat the amount of people in that server.
Ich kann mich mal vorstellen, wie das Spiel ist. Das muss das ärgste Krebs sein, weil du kannst dich auf deine, also du erstellst einen Charakter und der ist dann gebunden auf eine bestimmte Instanznummer, ja, Servernummer. Aber wenn der Server voll ist, kannst du nicht connecten. Dann kannst du nicht spielen, du musst warten. Was ist das für ein Prinzip?
Like the Haga Basins, and we looked at everything else. Like
das bedeutet, da können du maximal 40 sein. Hallo, dann lass 40 und aus.
Think about like our peak time. It's gonna be like 7, 8 o'clock, which is like 5 o'clock. People are just getting off work. You know, they're just starting to join that server. So
they still have to go and have dinner with their families and everything else, whereas we're sitting down and getting ready for a marathon play time.
Yeah, well, we're also looking at the fact that, you know, we are going to be putting in
dieses Transferierungssystem halt, ne?
If we do that in the East Coast server, like, yes, we'll have a better ping, we'll have better response times, but at what kind of play time? So that's something that we were talking about. Leave a comment below if you think different. I have a different idea too, and that is essentially Joel, when he did answer that question, stated that they're looking at overfilling the servers in the beta. Okay, so the beta players are testing this about them overcapping the servers. Now, meaning that he's talking about overcapping the servers got me thinking that he was gonna like allow your friends to join that server even though it's capped, right? Because he did state that he wanted people to play together. So which got me thinking is, okay, if I join a world or I join a server on the East Coast, right? I'm trying to get the best ping I can for PvP. And then I join a world, Miss Cuddles, she can't join that right away, and now it's peak time, and she joined one of the other Haga Basins.
Was meinst du laufen?
Or just started up. She can then transfer to my world as a friend. She can't build anything, but all the quest progression that she has still matters. And also, I can give her equipment to use. I can give her a adopter to ride or to drive. Basins, right? Allow your friends to now. Meaning, we do that in the East Coast server. Like, yes, we'll have a better ping, we'll have better response times, but at what kind of playtime? So that's something that we were talking about. Leave a comment below if you think different. I have a different idea.
Ja, na schau, also da lebst du in deinem PvE-Wunderland, da passt alles, da kannst du nicht getötet werden, gar nichts, kannst hier unendlich Spielzeit verbringen, hier, diese 3 Orte, unendlich Spielzeit, du brauchst nie in dieses PvP-Gebiet gehen, nie. Das ist das Paradies hier, Haga Basin. Sie hätten das einfach Paradies Basin genannt. Und da kannst du auch nicht mal gefressen werden. Außer du willst unbedingt gefressen werden. Und dann verlierst du nichts. das haben wir schon ein paar gesagt, wenn du in diese PvP-Zone gehst, bei diesen 2 Schiffen, kannst du kein Gear verlieren. Kannst du nur die Ressourcen verlieren. Verlierst du kein Gear. Ich glaube hier auch nicht. Also hier ist nicht Full Loot. Weißt du, Deep Desert, kein Full Loot. Du verlierst nur die Ressourcen. Also kannst du mampfen und dann fressen sie dich, verlierst halt die Ressourcen. Ja. Und halt dein Kopter oder wenn sie das zerstören, ist eh klar. Ja. Aber nicht kein Gear, das ist halt. Und dann können sie einschalten auch noch, ja, wir machen eine Woche lang Full Loot. Was halt, dann gehen sie halt eine Woche lang nicht hin. Das ist doch der Urspaß. Also das ist auch eigentlich PvE-Zone, ja. Weil du kannst ja nichts verlieren, außer ein bisschen Ressourcen halt, was du da selber gehamstert hast. Das ist ja ein Witz. Ich gehe dorthin rein, hamstern wie ein Insekt und dann komme ich zurück oder nicht, okay, ja. Aber da kommen ja Tausende reingehamstert. Wirklich, das ist ja.
And that is essentially.
Ja, fliegst du einfach rein, holst Ressourcen und fliegst wieder
Joel,
raus.
when he did answer that question, stated that they're looking at overfilling the servers in the beta. Okay, so the beta players are testing this about them overcapping the servers. Now, meaning that he's talking about overcapping the servers got me thinking that he was gonna like allow your friends to join that server even though it's capped, right? Because he did state that he wanted people to play together. So, which got me thinking is, okay, if I join a world or I join a server on the East Coast, right? I'm trying to get the best ping I can for PvP.
Es ist halt, ja, das ist halt die größte Frage. Und die größte Frage hier ist halt eben an diesem Bild, ist, dass sie hier können sich nur 40 ein, sie haben so unendlich viele Instanzen halt, ja, von dem gleichen Server natürlich. Und da, weil da können sie halt rauslaunchen, ja. Da sind Hunderte und da sind Hunderte und da sind Hunderte. Aber in dieser PvE-Welt leben ja nur 40. Das heißt, wie willst du dann mit deinen Freunden zusammenspielen? Wie geht das? Wo ist da die Serverauswahl? Weißt du, normalerweise ist eine Serverauswahl. Hier gibt es keine Serverauswahl. Da loggst du einfach ein, machst du deinen Charakter, bist du in diesem Tutorial und dann auf einmal bist du hier. Da kommst du so aus dem Nichts, das Tutorial, und bist auf einmal hier. Wie spielst du dann mit deinen Freunden zusammen? Das geht ja gar nicht. Ja? Und dann kannst du, wie sie schon beschrieben haben, mit deinen Leuten zocken. Du kannst sie einladen. Ja, komm in mein Land. Wenn überhaupt Platz, wenn überhaupt Platz ist, kannst du dann fragen, ja, willst kommen? Wenn kein Platz ist, kann er scheißen gehen. Es wird Zeiten sein, da kommst du nach Hause, ist für dich kein Platz. Das ist dann der Witz. Weil, denkt ihr, die Leute checken das ja, die loggen ja dann einfach nicht mehr aus. Da gibt's keinen Platz mehr. Das ist mein Platz. Na. Hier kannst du nichts reden. Hier gibt's nichts zum Reden. Also in dieser PvE-Zone kannst du ihm nur aufs Maul hauen, wenn du in dieses Special-Gebiet gehst. Und in dem Special-Gebiet kannst du ihm nur aufs Maul hauen für ein bisschen PvE-Loot und dann kriegst du nur das, was er mit hat. Das ist dann so, ja okay, er versucht auch den Loot zu schnappen. Mehr ist es nicht. Wie streitet euch da um den Loot? Und hier ja genauso eigentlich. Sie tun so, ja hey, hier sind so 2 Schiffwracks in der PvE-Zone und du kannst dich mit denen aus deinem eigenen Wannabe 40-Mann-Paradiesland hier spielen, ja. Gegen die kannst du dich bashen. Und hier ist aber genau das gleiche. Nur ist halt wahrscheinlich mehr. Da gibt es halt mehr Spice und alles mögliche halt, ne? Also.
If we do that in the East Coast server, like yes, we'll have a better ping, we'll have better response times.
Und die träumen ja überhaupt. Die träumen ja, dass dir das irgendwas bringt. Das sind nur 40 Leute, können da connecten. Wir können uns ja das mal anschauen, das Interview. Diese Trottel von Developer und was weiß ich was, diese Figureheads, ja, Talking Heads nenne ich sie, ja. Das ist einfach nur da kriegst mehr Informationen aus einem Chihuahua raus, ja. Die können halt gar nichts wissen. Der kriegt irgendwelche Talking Points, die er dann erzählen muss und das war's. Aber der hat auch schon gesagt, hier auf jeder dieser 40-Mann-Instanzen können ja theoretisch Hunderte spielen. Nur halt nicht alle zur gleichen Zeit, weil es ja 40 Max Player ist. Aber Hunderte können da connecten. Ich meine, so funktioniert das halt nicht. Ich meine, schon auch, aber nicht, weil das ist eigentlich. Das funktioniert normal so nicht. Es wird sich vielleicht eh ausbalancieren, aber am Anfang ist es ja Chaos. Und kommt darauf an, wie populär es ist, kannst du halt nicht mit deinen Freunden zusammenspielen. Geht einfach nicht. Der Server ist voll. Du willst spielen, alle wollen spielen, alle Server sind voll. Du hast Glück, wenn du einloggst, sagen wir mal, ja. Und dann ist der Server voll, der kann nicht joinen. Da können schon gar nicht 5 deiner Freunde joinen.
At what kind of playtime. So that's something that we were talking about. Leave a comment below if you think different. I have a different idea too. And that is essentially Joel, when he did answer that question, stated that they're looking at overfilling the servers in the beta. Okay, so the beta players are testing this about them overcapping the servers. Now, meaning that he's talking about overcapping the servers got me thinking that he was gonna like allow your friends to join that server even though it's capped, right? Because he did state that he wanted people to play together. So, which got me thinking is, okay, if I join a world, or I join a server on the East Coast, right? I'm trying to get the best ping I can for PvP. And then I join a world. Miss Cuddles, she can't join that right away, and now it's peak time, and she joined one of the other Hog Basins that were completely like empty or just started up. She can then transfer to my world as a friend. She can't build anything, but all the quest progression that she has still matters. And also, I can give her equipment to use. I can give her a Thopter to ride or to ride.
Yeah,
like
this is some bullshit.
It doesn't really matter. We can share everything on one server.
And then we can still actually play together instead of being at the mercy of queue times.
Yeah. And then when the let's say 3 months go by, or a couple months go by, we already know that people are going to drop off every server, so it's inevitable. And then essentially have her delete that character.
Listen, this is the best part.
Before she does, we'll transfer all of the stuff from that server into my map.
Okay,
and then
yeah.
have her delete her character, jump into mine, and then we can give her back all of her stuff. And then
Delete
we'll have
the
a lot of
character.
bases, essentially to rebuild.
So basically, the only thing that I would be losing is my character's level. And that's it. I would have to start over, go through the intro and...
Yeah. When you hear someone speak like that, nothing. Knows nothing what she's talking about. All that you are losing is your character level. That's it. You can level up your character for 500 hours playtime in this game. That's all you're gonna be losing. 500 hours of character level, just so you can build your base in your, I don't know, boyfriend's fucking map, which is actually completely irrelevant. But it still completely sucks. It just sucks. Yeah. It's not, we are not playing together like that. It's basically everyone's playing apart. You can't build anything, even if you can build something, that's...
the starting area and that kind of stuff. But hopefully it wouldn't be as long because Cuddles would be there to help me progress further quicker.
Well, yeah, and also you'll have endgame equipment, you'll have
Hello,
weapon, we're at the beginning. Like that, the beginning part is always hard, only because you do not have any of the equipment.
Yes, but if I am just kind of essentially quote-unquote moving character...
No, this is nonsense, yeah? You can level your character like crazy, level 46, look at this, levels 46 here is probably 100 or something, yeah? If those 100 levels, that's the entire character. You have passive skills and all so on.
Exactly. So that was our other thought process. Leave a comment below if you think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, let us know what you guys think. Do you guys have any other ways that we could potentially beat the queue? It's just, this has been something that has been heavy on our minds for a little bit because we do have two people that are playing. Like, we have ourselves, and we do want to play together. We want to stream together. We want to make content together. But it's really hard to do that, especially if we get locked out.
Yeah, especially if there's only 40 people in a server. It does beg to the question of, now, there is one other way that I was thinking that you could possibly beat the queue system.
And what's that?
So that is actually starting up multiple characters.
At the same time?
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be more intensive just due to the fact that you have to... Because I don't know if you could start a different character in every instance, which I highly doubt. But you could also potentially start a character in every server, which will then have its own Haga basins.
But do you think there's going to be limits on how many characters you can create?
We
haven't seen anything yet from that.
Yeah, I don't quite know, but most games, they give you the ability to make like 2 or 3 characters.
Okay,
right?
so maybe
That is some
you know, a
complete
character for
bullshit.
servers
It's
that
like,
you think have the most
yeah,
potential.
let's make a
Yeah, or,
character
like, you can just run
on
through and just be like, find out how to
500
base
playtime hours on North America, and then
Well,
South
and also, if you guys
America,
come
and
to the
Europe.
Twitch
I
channel,
can make
we're
characters
gonna be streaming
everywhere.
it, so
Yeah,
hopefully
sure,
we can
boy.
give you guys some insights that how to beat the, you know, starter zone super quick. So if you want links in this description for Twitch, you can go over there, drop
Yeah,
us a sub.
that's that right there. Beating the starting zone is going to be our main goal from the start. A little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, but I'm just what I'm thinking is like, okay, so you have peak times there. You know, if you start a character in a different server or a server mesh, right? You can potentially see how that server like plays out, and you can find out which one best suits you, right? Not just saying that, you know, you're only playing on the East Coast and you just pick all the East Coast servers and make a character in, and find out which one actually works the best for you, and look at the queue times between all of them. So let's say that your main character, right, has like it seems like it always has a queue. Well, then you have a backup character and a backup character, and that's a potential another way of beating the queue. Granted, it's not the same character, and you will have to do it over again. But you know what? We always learn from failure. We never learn from success. So, if you've always succeeded,
but you can't even listen to these guys what they're talking about. But the gist at the
definitive
beginning,
answer
they're
was yes.
crazy.
You are going to be locked out the entire
The fact
time
that there's
you're
only
on
40
that server
players.
or that instance of that server. So there's no questions about it. So which got me and Miss Cuddles thinking about different servers.
So what we were actually thinking about is looking for a server that does not correlate with our personal time zone. So what you're going to
Listen
be
to this for a moment.
Why do you bother me? Go away.
How about mixing up some
Look at this
potions?
idiot.
You look like quite the alchemist.
He's making videos again. Every MMORPG is so great, so great, so great. Software. Building and crafting, a stream is upcoming. This was it.
Master Arrakis, and it will. This is your path to awakening.
Right here we have 4 of them in Hege Basin, the map that
yeah.
96, the majority of my time has been here. I've basically been working on all the Phantom games almost.
On all of them, including Secret World?
Secret World, Longest Journey, Dreamfall, Age of Conan, Exiles, Anarch Online.
You actually worked on Anarch Online?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I
I think a lot of viewers will go like, yes, right now, so that's amazing.
It doesn't look like it, but you're that old.
Oh my god. We don't do that here. We don't do any age shaming here. I was like, all right. But yeah, so as we now jump into some of the gameplay, we'll have actually Camille behind the camera who is playing for us. We will, there he also emotes, nice,
Well
love
done.
it, love it. So as we take our first step here into the world, I mean, one of the main concerns that players have, or that we see often asked in the public,
It is
is like,
quite nice.
Arrakis is a desert planet. Is it going to be boring? You know, like,
Well,
can you do a lot with the desert?
Yes.
But we can. I think we can. I think we can actually say that we can. So
yes.
What was the biggest challenge for me? Our Arrakis.
Yeah, it was basically when I started at
While I
Funcom, one of the most important pillars I had for me was, for the world was verticality. Right? Yes, I was in charge of the world on a desert planet, but I wanted to make sure that we would still have a lot of verticality in the game, right? So we'll see that later also. But there's a lot of rock formation and different biomes that we'll explore and things like this. But it was really, really important to me that it was just not a flat space of sand, right? And thanks to Oyvind and a lot of people on the world team, we were able to manage quite a lot of different high elevation with lots of different vistas, like the one that we have right now. And we can see Camille using the binoculars to make sure that you can look at the trade post. Right here we have 4 of them in Hege Basin, the map that you will play many hours. This is a neutral section that hosts a lot of NPCs.
Many hours. You'll play all the time there, basically.
I think it's also interesting to note that while we explore here and use the binoculars, it does actually add the points of interest that you're looking at to the compass at the top.
Yes, exactly.
Plus, you can also add your own markers,
absolutely.
right?
Because that's where you save your stuff.
That's the little garage that we added because we had during the beta there was a lot of players going to the trade post with their hard-earned sand bike, and they were just placing their sand bike here there. They were going to trade post, and then a sandstorm was coming. When the sandstorm comes, the door closes. And
well, we are getting a sandstorm now, so we can
there is a sandstorm, so we'll see.
But
We'll
what
see.
I think is very cool, like just to like mention that again, we added those garage areas because our beta testers
absolutely.
actually came up with the idea. And they were like, okay, my sand
Yeah,
bike
can I have
is
garage?
very
Yeah,
nice. Can I have
absolutely. Because for us,
So-
I don't know, we play the game so much, so it's hard to know what we don't know, right? So
And we
yeah, the door
actually have-
closes, and then when you're stuck inside and your bike outside, when you go out, your bike is destroyed. So now if you put at least your bike in a little garage, it's gonna be okay.
Or quite damaged.
Yeah,
right?
quite
Like,
damaged,
yeah,
for sure, right?
So we might actually see the doors being, we see the sandstorm incoming here. Depending if the sandstorm actually comes close enough.
Yeah, now it is. Yeah, you should
it
get
is.
inside, Kim.
Yeah.
Which is gonna eat a bit of time though, but that's just how it is.
I haven't actually tried. Can you get like squished and killed
I
between the doors? That's actually
think-
something I want to figure out now because I honestly don't know. I haven't tried
Yeah,
that.
don't try it.
Yeah,
but
No.
I think you're pushed in or out. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You also see like.
Well, that's funny
the
because
door closes.
there's a lot of things that can happen in the environment, and yeah, that just happened during the stream. So it didn't happen earlier, but then it happened. So we gotta wait a little bit and talk a bit more, right? So the thing in front of Camille was that's the contract board. So it's one of the way that you can get quest or contract things to do basically. You pick them up and then you do them. You get some rewards. You can also find a contract in the world. Some people might have been sent to kill other baddies, and then you just happen there. You steal a contract and you finish the job and get the reward for yourself.
You also saw that you have faction-specific contracts as well. They have like specific icons there, of course. So
Absolutely.
there's lots of things that we're, and then you can of course see your quests or contracts, like we call them here in your quest log,
Absolutely.
in your contract log, so to speak.
Yes.
So you have like, you also have like the faction
Can I fly
agents
somewhere
here,
today?
like in
Yes.
these trade posts that you can like talk to if you want to actually start one
I
of
like
the
to fly.
faction quest
Yeah,
lines.
absolutely. There's a quest line that's in you later in another region that
But you know what
brings you
I don't
to
like much? Talking.
aligning yourself with one of the main faction, either Trees or Harkonnen.
And also what we saw just now was you can actually, once you have a trade post explored or unlocked, you can actually use a pilot that flies you to one of the either Arakeen or Hardcore village, like the
Yes,
faction
you can
cities.
go to trade post, or you can also fly outside of this map and then go into the cities. And there's a lot more things to explore there, more NPC to talk to. You have access to the exchange, which is the auction house, where you can buy and sell things for and from other players.
Yeah, because generally you actually need an ornithopter, right,
Yes.
to go there. So we made sure that even newer players can actually enjoy those areas,
Yeah.
even if they don't have the ornithopter unlocked. just
Exactly.
yet.
It takes a lot of time to get the topter, so
It's
worth it. It's worth it. Oh, yeah,
absolutely,
it is.
100%.
Absolutely.
It's a really wow moment. I remember when I made myself my first ornithopter, I was very proud, and it was a really cool moment. But now,
Sometimes when I test bugs, I just stop and I just fly.
really, just going to
Yeah, do the boost.
enjoy your work.
Takes longer to fix bugs.
Yeah,
because,
nobody knows that.
Oh,
Enjoy
yeah,
your work,
exactly.
you know.
But now everybody knows.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So in this case here, we do have a sandbite already, and we have like a few things that we should
Camille deposing blood that he harvested from enemies before. That's the best first way to, well, second way I must say, to hydrate yourself. First way is to suck up a sap plant at the start of the game, but then at some point you unlock tools to be able to harvest blood from enemies, and then you can process it into water. You can then drink. You can also drink blood if you're really desperate, but it's not really good.
It's not suggested. It's not
exactly.
like
So yeah, we've shown a lot of Haga Basin South in many of our videos before and other things. So Camille is gonna move away from there. Still see a couple of have a little look at a couple of other locations on the way. Lucky for us, it's nighttime now, so there's not much sun to deal with because it's better to travel during the night. You don't have to run with shadows and things. And then Camille is
doing a
having
barrel roll.
a little barrel roll. That's fine. It happens. He's going up that little rock formation here. Beautifully set rest.
I also, yeah, exactly. I love how the guides literally kind of, guide you there. The lights guide you a little bit. I mean, I think it's not like too obvious, but it's still like nice to have like little things your eye goes to.
Exactly. This is a
That's
classic
what-
wall
that's
design
world
and at the heart,
building,
you know?
right? Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, now we're going to meet our lovely Derek Shinara. He's planetologist, if I can say it like this. He's one of the NPC that you will meet in the game to learn a new skill tree, basically. So you talk to him, and then you do little things for him, and then when you're done, you will be able to unlock a new skill tree that you might not have when you create a character. There's many of them in the world. You will have to find them, and when you do so, you'll be able to unlock more skills to diversify your build.
Yeah. So once again, exploration pays off. You might actually find those strangers out in the wild to like customize your build. Because as we know, you can mix and match with different skill trees
Yes.
as long as you have skills unlocked.
Exactly. And there's lovely little set dressing there done by the art team to really emphasize that this guy's growing some plants in the harsh world of Arrakis. Now,
I'm gonna jump back on your bags. I mean, we also saw Camille use the Shigawire Claw earlier.
yeah,
so
the start.
because traversal and traveling is going to be a big part, obviously, for players. They will spend a lot of time doing that, so we also want to make sure it's actually fun, both in terms of how the world looks like, but also in terms of the options they have to do that, right? You wanna...
Well, using the Shigawire during combat is kind of great. You can use it as stun.
Very true.
Yeah, exactly.
that's
It's multiple purpose. And then I don't remember if Camille was doing that. Oh,
Oh, we have a dynamic encounter here.
Yeah, that's dynamic encounter. So yeah, sometimes you travel the world and then things happen, and then it was a group of scavenger with a broken down bike, and then
They want
yeah.
your bike.
Yeah, exactly. They shoot on sight.
Although they didn't plan well enough.
No,
obviously,
exactly,
Because that's
exactly.
something you should definitely do. You need to be able, or you need to plan ahead if you travel.
Yes, now we're gonna go to the Vermilius Gap. There's this thing flying in the background. It's a Sardaukar dropship. They will soon disappear because they're only there during the night. They have this massive light, and then if you get caught into the light, you're stunned into place for a little bit of time, and they throw Show Mercenary at you. You're not important enough for them to send Sardaukar, but they still send Show Mercenary to basically get rid of you because, for reasons I will not talk about here, they are there to find you, basically.
Look for someone.
Exactly.
For someone.
So now the worm is probably getting out. Yes.
Oh, yes.
There you go.
Yep.
Don't get yeah, you should get out there.
Too much vibration. You see the vibration bar there, so we
Yes.
actually pissed
The little
someone
one.
off back there. The little one. Those are the little ones.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. But what's cool about the sandworm specifically is that they actually have their own territory.
Yes.
Like they have their own kind of life, if you will, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's not visible for the players, but there's many worms in the map, and they all have their own territory. And then when you cross them, it's another worm that's going to run after you, and they're really territorial. Yeah, exactly. Excuse my French. And that's yes, they will come after you no matter what. And the more vibration you do, the faster they will come to you.
And here's just pausing NPC camp because there's like different sizes and different areas as well. So we just pass. Are we going into? I think it's actually in.
Yeah,
It's a camp. It's
yeah,
an
exactly.
NPC camp. Yes.
And now we'll see the beauty of even work and well designed. There's a beautiful arch that when you pass it, look at this. There's
The
this beautiful,
vista.
exactly. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Remember to stop here, go off your bike, enjoy it.
Exactly. Enjoy it.
We spend a lot
Stay
of
in the
time
shade.
on this.
Stay in the shade.
Stay in the
Make
shade.
But also, what we just saw here was that there is an icon there, like at the camp as well, because
Pick her up.
the,
Yeah.
yes. So for example, the camps have different factions, or we have different factions in the game, different NPC factions. They might even fight each other as well. You will
Yes.
notice that as you explore. But more importantly, there's a unique element that they look different as well.
Yeah, we have to diversify the camps, right? So we have the cubes, they like the broken machines, they try to fix them. We have the scavengers, which is like the first faction you actually meet. They're just trying to survive, like you, of course. And later on, you get more and more advanced factions, and they all have the banners, symbols, and kind of way of life, and how important they are on the hierarchy. So you need to fight your way up to the top.
Exactly, and they use different abilities also, and yeah, the higher you go in the factions, basically, the harder enemy gets, and they have more abilities to attack you and different weapons. Oh, there you go, that's done a little bit. But now Camille has a shield, so he's pretty much invincible to bullets, even though there's a power drain when he gets shot at. But that's a really good way to survive against melee, against ranged weapons.
I love his paths though, like the build. I am a swordmaster at heart. I love the swordmaster tree, so I am in the to do and to do. I actually hate if I have to use a weapon. I love the combos, those things. So.
I'm more of a gun guy myself.
You're a gun guy yourself.
But
That's good.
that's the beauty of things, right? You can play like you like to play, like you're approaching.
Yes.
I always try to be more sneaky, and then I just end up aggroing the whole camp. It's like it never works out.
Camille using the voice right
Oh,
here to
nice.
attract the heavy. They are big baddies, and they have shields,
they're
but
annoying. They're very annoying.
like machine guns, they're pretty annoying, yes. Because when they don't shoot, they have a shield, so you can really shoot at them. They have a lot of bullets.
So, talking about combat, we know that you have a lot of questions regarding melee combat in general. So we won't go into that today, also question or reply-wise, but we will have a dedicated combat stream for you down the line, and then you can throw all the questions you have at us then. So just keep that in mind if you don't answer any combat questions today. Very aware about that.
This one is a shield, so there's different weapons that are good against that. So using this up right there, which is high burst rifle, throw a lot of bullets at the same time, so that's really good to be able to, and then you can finish them off however you want. Now it disappeared, which is really good, but Kendall was fighting under the sun earlier, so he got sunstroke, which is one thing you have to keep in mind all the time when you travel during the day. So, and then he was dehydrating extremely fast, and now his hydration is pretty low. So you can see also whenever he shoots, the shield is turned off by default, because you cannot shoot when you have a shield on you, of course. So you have to be careful if you want to use a ranged weapon. Yeah, that's what we've been doing now. You fill all these containers. There's a lot of different containers that we have in the game. There's a little light that is pretty straightforward to know what is lootable and what is not. There's different sizes of chests. That's a bigger one right here. You get better loots and bigger piece of armor and things like that. That's a med crate, so you get a lot of med kits and different things. The locker that was there is pieces of components to craft and upgrade different weapons in the game, and then there's a lot of different things. So there's bigger, glowier, better chests also. We're gonna see one later because, like Tasha was saying, there's a lot to explore in this world, and I was personally more than happy to hide a lot of different things in all corners and height and depth of this planet. The turret is probably going to do its job. There you go. It's a really good skill to use at the start, by the way. It's really good against enemies. But there's a shield, so it doesn't do much. There you go. Slow blade, and then turret finished up the enemy.
I'm not sure if you saw it, but you can also parry.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
The enemy blades,
Yes.
stun them a bit.
And now Camille's in a cave, which is another little piece of environment. This is a cave that we have right here.
Also, we just found the contract there?
No, it's
Isn't that a
it's a contract container, but there was nothing right here because he doesn't have the contract.
Oh, it was actually a quest item.
Exactly,
Okay,
it was a quest item, but he doesn't have a contract. So at least for this specific, there's a lot of different places that you can find pieces before you have the contract, and when you have the contract, you can turn it already, right? But, And then we just exited the little cave, which is another little environment that you get specific component in there. It's an old Fremen remnant from their ancient past, because you know that Fremen have a little bit of a hard history in our timeline right here. And you can find different components to craft different things like steel suits and cutter rays and things like that. And there's other landmark, like the one we've seen right here, this big mining rig that has been abandoned for years and years, that now been conquered, and now it's still absolutely there, like you said. Right? All right, another base.
Yes, we're at our second base here. Super nicely done,
Beautiful
by the
base.
way, by Tor Egil. Shout out to Tor Egil from marketing team, our communications manager. He is our internal builder. He's just amazing.
Oh,
also, talking about building, like the screenshots that our beta testers are posting on our Discord are so mind-blowing. I cannot wait.
Yes.
What the wider community is going to do with this. Like,
Yeah.
I'm so excited. It's probably one of the things that I'm most excited about. What people will come up with building-wise.
Absolutely, because if
I
you
can't
remember,
wait.
there was the don't remember the name, but there was this person at the beta that made this car dealer. The car dealer.
Yes, yes.
There was this massive base with little.
Yeah, like almost like honeycomb things,
Yeah,
like
exactly,
a
yes.
beehive, and each had like an ornithopter or a sandbag that you could look at, like
yes.
literally like a car dealership. It was absolutely
Yes,
mind-blowing. It
with
was
all
so-
different swatches,
so
you know, with different
creative.
colors, and
It
a
was so
Treaties
creative.
buggy, and an Arcanon buggy, and a lot of different. That was really cool. That was really cool.
Also here we see Camille is actually now preparing to, you know,
Go
go
harder.
ahead. But also I think PT, I think he now can abandon like the previous base.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So
It's pretty good that thanks to Thor, because there's another base, right? But that's a big thing in the game. We expect players to move because everyone was starting to the base in South, which you can see here.
That's
But
his old base.
yeah, that's his
The
old
first
base, and he can just abandon it, and then it's gonna be cleaned up by the storms. And it's really cool because well, he doesn't have to get back there because he brought all his things already. But also it gives more space for the new players that will join the server to be able to build their base there. So there's this flow of players that can go in further into the map, right?
The Storm is like a Roomba of the Arrakis.
Yeah,
Going
Storm,
around speeding up.
Shayulu, then Storm is the Roomba of Arrakis, absolutely. 100%. Nice time to fly.
this of course opens up the world even more. So you have a lot of additional opportunities and a lot of additional options now. Here we're looking at the area we're just at from the air. Again, for me, this was such an amazing moment when I, for the first time, got my very own ornithopter. I had to like craft it myself. I had to work for it, like usually in the game. And then you get to fly.
Yes. So that hole down there, Imperial Testing Station, we have different type. This one is a geological one, so it's more about like old research about mining and resources and different minerals that got abandoned for 10,000 years when spice was discovered. They abandoned a lot of different things, and they've been recently reopened. And then of course there's a lot of baddies that are living there now. They took care of that. Mostly again, we're still in the Vermilius Gap, so it is Kiraba living in there.
Also, we just flew over that white.
Yeah, this
yes,
white
there you go.
fluff right there, this is flower sand. It's a resource that you can harvest either by hand, which is not really. I mean, you can. It's not that great, but you can. Or it's not efficient exactly, or with a static compactor, which is way more efficient. But it's on the sand, so of course you create vibration, and then what that means, worm is coming exactly. So now we're gonna. Oh, there's this big ship that flies from time to time, and there's
Yes,
also
and
this
there's also
thing
a
there.
crashed
Yeah,
spaceship
also,
that is coming down slowly out of the atmosphere. Yes.
That's a small crashing ship that's
Also
gonna
dynamic
fall
events.
somewhere. We don't know where. It happens from time to time. So we went onto this little flat rock. Literally, we called it literally that. It's the flat rock.
It's actually called the flat rock.
I think there's an
We need-
outpost. There's an outpost just out
Joel,
under
give
it. I think.
give it a name, Joel. Like
Joel is the one who gave the name, by the way.
Oh, no,
There's-
serious?
Yeah, this flat rock outpost. There's
Oh,
a
no.
spice blown out happening. That's pretty good.
Oh,
Okay.
nice, perfect. Yes.
So just so everyone,
Spice well.
there's nothing scripted here. It's all systemic, right? So,
Dynamic,
but
yeah.
Camille is gonna burn himself now because he's under the sun. So you should go.
Do not stand on a place where you see there's something happening, something in that
No,
color.
exactly.
Do not stand on it. Just
Exactly.
as a tip.
So that's one of the glowy chests I was talking about. As I said, there's a lot of them hidden throughout the world in many places, and then in them you can find these purple thing. It's unique schematics. When you find one, you need to go back to a safe space to be able to learn it. And Camille found a couple more. This is the good stuff,
Including
right?
a last gun.
Including a last
Yeah,
gun.
people wonder about
This
last
is really
guns.
late game, by the way.
We do have
but,
last guns in the
yes,
game.
we do have last guns, but you cannot create nuclear explosion with them. In our timeline, Shelm have specific what's the word? I always forget the safety.
Safety, yeah.
If you point at another player or an enemy with a shield with a las gun, that will not shoot because we don't want to just everyone to just nuke everyone for the lulz. You know?
It will basically just block.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
It will like what is the term?
It just doesn't work. There's probably an English word for that.
Yeah,
But you're safe and sorry.
But
Yeah, exactly.
this is one of the things that I was really excited about, and I know your team, both your teams, were working really hard on to find like those hidden places and like hide goodies for players to find. I remember like even in normal like the small caves that we saw earlier that are actually relatively small. I was like climbing there as like just figuring out how high can I actually go up in that cave, and then I found a little nook that literally had a
Your
chest with something very rare.
I will now
And
gladly
I personally as a player I love those things.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like probably not everyone has found that, right?
Exactly, and you see the big hammer right there. It's an landmark called Mirzaba. Well, if you climb at the top, maybe you know, thing, you know?
Maybe not.
You know,
But it's not always that obvious. It's actually
No.
really fun that sometimes like, oh, there's nothing there, and No, actually.
Yeah, there's unused place, but also. So now Camille used the survey probe, which is really cool. So it surveyed a part of the map and it opened up, and now we can see a lot of different things. So you can see the shipwreck just north of is where the mouse is. There's different outposts, and this is where you can get intel points. You see right here 0 out of 1. This is where you can unlock more tech in the tech tree. There's the red circle you see there. This is drum sand. So this is a Dune thing. If you go there, you hear it when you play boom, 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 and it attracts the worm like no tomorrow. And there's the other ones also that we see with the little lines on the right, which is tidal dust, which is the Dune term. Internally, it's quicksand. #1 killer of vehicle.
Yes.
Which is interesting though, because like in the 80s, I was really thinking quicksand is going to be a way bigger problem than it is nowadays. Because like, you know, my childhood was ruined by movies with quicksand deaths. Like, let's not talk about never-ending story. But anyway, so we have quicksand in the game here. So here it is actually a problem.
Yes,
so, and I know from personal experience that
yes,
it loves to eat.
Exactly.
vehicles.
So you can see a lot of landmark there.
Ooh, and also a nice barrel roll
Yeah.
here from Camille. Very nicely done. So we have different modes in like when you fly. Like we have like
You can fly. There's
bunch modes.
yeah, exactly.
normal.
You can do a lot of different things, and it's arcadey in a way, right? But it's easy to use, and it's really pleasant to go around. And Camille right there is just showing another thing also. I was talking about quicksand and drum sand, but there's also radiation in the game. You can see it with this little cute fuzzy thing that looks like northern lights, but yeah, you don't go there.
Don't stay in there.
No, exactly.
And actually, let's do, but because we have more things to show, obviously, we're going to fly to some other areas. But we would like to start a poll here and open it up to Twitch chat. What would you like to go see between Imperial testing station or a shipwreck? Like those two. Like maybe we can also explain what the difference is.
100%, absolutely.
But also, so we open a poll, and if you do exclamation mark vote A or vote B, so you can vote for either of them, and then at the end of like I don't know, maybe 5 minutes, we see how long we're gonna run it. We'll see what you voted for, and we go visit that. We might die though, because it might be kind of like a high-end thing that we're
Yeah, we're going into a little higher tier,
Yes.
and Camille is not fully equipped for that, but that's fine. He's gonna get good, and it's gonna be good.
Yes.
It's gonna be great.
Like now we also see like different rock textures, right? Like what's the inspiration to go with specific rock textures? And maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Oh yeah, rocks. My
Owen's favorite topic,
Yes.
rocks.
Rocks and sand.
I love laser rocks. Yeah, the body dome is kind of the inspiration for a lot of the rock shapes. You can probably see it from the movie. But of course, that's a bit too Earth-like, so we had to kind of ramp it up a little bit. Place some rocks vertically, having like these little mushroom shapes with kind of like holes. And maybe there's a little secret on top of some of them.
Or inside them.
Or inside them.
Or under
exactly.
them.
Or under them. There's canyons. Because we have to make it a little bit more alien, right? So we can't just use Earth-like.
Ooh, nice.
And you're getting good at this.
Also,
Yeah.
what I personally love is that also when you run on the ground too, there's always this super nice silhouette that we have. You know, I feel like it's never just flat desert, right? It's always like, what's that plant? Before we go into the Haga Rift here, are those plants? How does that work?
Some are happy accidents.
There's some, because like Bob Ross would say, some are happy accidents, but there's a lot of, like at the earlier, right, the archway, and then there was the thing in the back. It's 100% planned. Of course, this is classic world design, environment design, just to make sure that like yes, of course it's reality and things, but we just magically place things in line, you know. So when you get somewhere, and you were talking about when we were visiting Derek, and there was all these lights, you know, and well, this is classic level design and art design, right? We guide you with things, you don't really think about it, and then magically you just reach a thing. Camille is scanning for things now. I guess it's time to go.
Yes, so that's the other thing, right? Like, we actually have verticality in the game, so it's not just flat desert, it's on one level. So talk to us about this.
Yeah, Ivan, talk to us about how it was not easy when when we talked about this beautiful region here, how we made it, but
yeah, what was the first thing? I want a canyon. Okay, here we have a canyon. Deeper. Deeper? Yes, deeper. More elevation. And, it was a challenge because you need to actually get up from this deep canyon as well, right? So we have these platforms that you can drive on, and in the beginning we didn't have that many, so we needed to add more and then traverse between them. And these tunnels, which are cool, but then we needed to make them cooler with the mining galleries.
Exactly.
And then they wanted a bit dark.
Yeah, at some point
which is cool.
we had the Haga Rift, and it was all fun and game and things, but I was like, how could we make it different?
Yeah.
So I was playing a lot of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and I was like,
yeah.
in the underworld, do that. And then, of course, pitch darkness is not great for art. So, we had a lot of iteration and amazing work with the lighting team to make sure that you can still see in the dark and things like that, right? So, but it was a bit of a struggle to make that canyon in there.
Yeah. And I think
Huge
also,
map like that, and 40 players.
Take for it, but you are safe from the sandstorm.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. That's good to know. So if a sandstorm is coming, dive into the Haga.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no worm. There's no worm down there also. So you're pretty good.
Too.
There's other things.
Yes.
There's other things. but you know, it's different. So where are we going?
We are going to the shipwreck.
You're going to shipwreck.
Chat has voted.
Okay.
We are going to the shipwreck. Let's check out the shipwreck.
All right.
So also let's talk about, like I mentioned, the difference between because there's differences between like Imperial testing station or a shipwreck.
Yes, I think the biggest part, in fact, that is kind of related to location, but at the same time is the Kenley, right? We haven't talked about Kenley. We had it a little bit earlier when we went to the trade post. We were in Kenley Guild Peace. You can see on the top right, there's a Kenley limited warfare. This is the PvE region, and now you're going to see the yellow thing under the compass. When Kenley will go closer, the Kenley is going to change to War of Assassin. So every single shipwreck in the game, except the first one, is PvP. So we have these pockets of PvP in there. So when you go there, you need to be careful because yes, you have enemies to fight, but also potentially other players. You don't know, right? And then Imperial Testing Station are PvE. No problem with that. The big difference also is that, well, they offer different challenges. They offer a different look, of course, but also they offer a different loot. There are specific components that you want to get at trade posts, shipwrecks, to mainly craft weapons, and at Imperial Testing Station, it's a lot of things mainly to craft vehicles. It's not only that, but it's why you would want to go to one or the other. And then we can see here that now Camille is fighting harder enemies. This is the Slavers now. It's another faction.
It's got his drone out.
Good one to be captured by those guys.
Yes, and they use a lot of Suspensor Grenade and thematic abilities to basically hook you in place and shoot at you and things like that. So
we just talked about the resources that you can find in the different, like the difference between resources, but there is generally other ways as well that you can find, or you can buy those resources, or you can buy them from players, of course, but also from trade posts in some cases. You can also find them sometimes. It's just not as efficient.
Exactly.
Right? Like you get in higher quantity in these areas.
Exactly. If you absolutely don't want at all to even get close to a PvP zone, you can buy the components for Solari, which is the Dune monetary resource, right? Which is, we always have different ways of getting things depending on your playstyle in the game. So now, let's get in there.
Inside here. This is special.
Yeah, that's a Pentashield door. He got the ID band earlier, which is pretty good, so he was able to cross it. It's a shield, basically. You cannot pass through if you don't have the ID, but you had. So he's gonna get in there. You can probably get another one. That's one of the heavy from earlier, but they're meaner, these guys. Yeah, that's Slavers. So he has a shield on, so using the voice and then slash this guy to death.
He's doing really well, though. I gotta
say.
Yeah.
They have this pushback abilities, because when you get too close, they get mean. Here we go. Good stuff. Great. So yeah, you can see here the different things. Also the armor plating. This is a component to craft different things. Mostly, of course, armors. So here we go. We got the mechanical part and the plasteel microfiber. Thanks, Doom, for all these great terms. That we have to use exactly. Instead of wood and rock, we have these things. But yeah, this is all these things you get in shipwrecks. Bring that to your base, and then that's going to be helping you to craft weapons specifically. And then there's a buggy right there. This is there. You can steal it. We have that in the game also. You can steal vehicles from NPCs. So that helps you drive faster or different things like that. So kill that guy or skip him. There's a big loot container close by that Camille, I'm sure, won't get. Spoilers. Or not. Camille doesn't care about the loot. It's fine. He has already he already has a last gun anyway.
We've seen the big chest, and
exactly,
he's like, he's armored up to his teeth.
And if you listen in between, he already says everything.
Again, it's night, so the starter card dropship are probably out, but in this region there's not a lot.
Full PV. Don't even have to do PvP.
That's pretty cool.
Let's press on.
Press on. Yes. There's so much to cover.
Out of the Canley area into the normal area again. So you'll see. You will always get an information when you cross something. So you will know that now I'm in PvP.
Yeah, under the compass, it turns yellow if you go into PvE. It turns green if you go into CT, which is mainly cities and neutral zone. And it gets into red if you go into PvP area.
So when we talk about hazards, we talked about hazards earlier. So we have the radiation, of course. We have quicksand.
Yes.
Heat. Heat is also.
We have heat. We have fire. We have poison.
Worms.
We have the worm, of course.
That's a big hazard.
The sandstorms, also, of course. There's that. The starter car. It's not really a hazard, but it's a thing that can get in your way during the night. And it's always when you don't think about it, and then you see this big light coming to you, and then you have the Cho mercenaries falling from the sky, and you start shooting at you while going down because they use suspensors. I
really like the fact. Here we're actually going to fly into the
overland map.
Edge of the map and go into the overland map.
Yes. So the map that we've seen right there, we've seen just a little bit of it. This is one map. When you craft an ornithopter, you can leave this map. And then you can go to different places, including the deep desert, that we will not go now.
Nope.
But we're going to show you the things. So that's a tutorial. We can close that.
We know that people really wanted to see the deep desert. Rest assured, we
another
will
one.
do that in
Exactly. So we have this map right here where you're basically flying your little ornithopter, and then you can head towards different maps, which is a good thing for us also in the future. We will be able to add a lot more content with this, which is really great. So that's the Haga Basin map that we're in, and then Camille will now head south towards Hardcore Village. So Camille is piloting his little thing. You have water on one side and fuel on the other. And,
a little bit of swirl there.
Little swirl there, you go.
A little bit of
you have these little fueling and water deposit here, so you can just stop there, and then your water will go up again. Because even in this little map right here, you're still a survival game, so, you know, fuel and water is important. And now we're going to enter Harko village.
As we saw earlier, we had at the first trade post, we actually have NPCs that can get you there too.
Yes,
or you have an
yes,
ornithopter, or you can
absolutely.
fly yourself if you have.
Exactly. Just a bit of salary to get to cities, of course. We don't do that for nothing.
No one does anything for free.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No.
And well, your character, that's what happens sometimes.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
All right, she
There we
forgot
go.
to dress. Okay, there
It
we go.
happens.
Yes.
Loading. It took a bit of loading, but yeah. So Harko village. This is where the Harkonnen are for now in the game, and we'll not
We're not gonna
spoil
actually
too
show
much.
here, but that's probably a really nice area to
Yes.
close off this section.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
One of the
So-
city, lots of things to do there, lots of people to talk to.
Yes,
contracts
obviously
to
we are
make.
actually playing on on our own servers, right? On our own
Yes.
server, we're not playing on the beta, or we're not playing on, especially not on the beta because we didn't want
No,
to play.
not beta,
Hey,
to
mom,
crash-
I'm on
to
camera.
crash into
You know,
us.
like yes. So we just needed to do the things that we needed to do, right? And so that's just a single player.
Yes.
So that's the reason you don't see any other players here.
Yes.
Generally, you will, obviously. So yes, let's wrap it up here for the live gameplay and exploration and the worlds. Thank you to Camille for playing in the back there. That was fantastic.
You can't see him, but he did a great job.
Yes, and also thank you, of course, Øyvind and Chef, for making time to be on stream and chat to us about all of this. It was a pleasure, as always.
Pleasure to be here.
Yes, was
And-
great.
Next door.
Yeah, you didn't have that far, right? It was like just
I had
one
I
hour.
had a bit longer to get, but yeah,
Because
it's good to be
you're
here.
here at our offices in Oslo.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Yes,
From Sweden.
Yes, you had a little longer. But yes, so we're actually going to go into our next segment, which is going to be about the music and the audio of Dune Awakening. And to get us into the mood for that, we're actually going to watch a really cool video, the behind the scenes of how the players here probably will recognize as well. Like the soundtrack is absolutely amazing, and as I mentioned, award-winning too. Ariel, you would like to introduce yourself quickly?
Yeah, so Harold, I've been around here for just around 2013, I think. Worked on most games since then. I didn't work on Age of Conan, but I did one sound, I think. I did a pop-up, a level up sound.
You did one sound?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
awesome though. You can say you were involved in that too.
So, now audio direction for Dune, which is pretty cool.
Awesome. So yeah, talking about Dune, we mentioned, Knut, that you have, of course, worked on Age of Conan and Conan Exiles, but Dune is, of course, very different in many aspects. How was it to work on Dune compared to the other games?
Yeah, so you know, for a composer, the most interesting thing is to be able to do something new, something different. That's always very exciting and kind of gets your get you
Creative
going.
juices flowing,
Yes,
yes,
exactly. That's
yeah.
very exciting always. So it was. I was very happy to be able to start working with something like Dune because it allowed me to, well, both the Age of Conan and the Conan Exiles. They have ethnic instruments and not just the orchestra, but I worked very much with the orchestra and other projects as well. It was very liberating for me to be able to dive into a world.
And I've seen that ask somewhere, so I just wanted to
Yes,
clarify that.
no, I think that's really great. Absolutely. So yeah, another thing that we actually were seeing here and there is like that people were a little bit afraid about Head Start and like what happens if like some of my guild members start early and I can't. Will I still be able to play on the same server, right? That's one of the things that players were a little bit concerned about. So we do actually have a little bit of an image
yeah,
here,
no
and
problem, yeah.
Ole Andreas can maybe elaborate a little bit on this.
Yes, we have a blog post about this topic as well, so there might be some, you can go and search it up. But basically, what you see there is the Haga Basin is where you start. There is a player cap there, but there's also a queue system, so there's not like it wouldn't stop after 40 players. You can still come in later and then queue up.
Yes.
But then in addition to those Haga Basins that are instanced there, you also have the social hubs and the deep desert, which is a shared instance between the entire world. So I don't think that should be a big concern, really. I think there'll be a good chance that you'll be able to play with your friends for sure.
Yes, like basically, it's not like the Haga Basin instance that your friends start playing on will be full and you won't be able to join at all. It will just be potentially a few if it's like super busy, right? Yes. And then we've also seen, of course, concerns about the deep desert and how people, how does that work?
Yeah, I think we talked a little bit about that as well on the blog and in different videos. But yes, so the deep desert is a meshed 3x3 server grid. So you go there, it's the single same instance for all of the Haga Basins. So when you're getting to the end game and you participate in the Landsrad, I'm not going to go into that, but which is one of our end game systems, you might all be going to the deep desert fighting for the same reason or the same resources, the same territories, and then yeah, it's basically a gigantic map that's 9 times the size of Haga Basin, and you go there and you'll meet other people from other Haga Basins as well and fight over that. And it's the majority of it is PvP, so it's the bottom layer where you enter the map is where it's PvE. So you can go in there in safety, gear up, build your outpost and start getting ready, and then you can go out and you can have those PvP skirmishes out in the deep desert. There is some concern I think I've seen around people. Oh, what if I'm PvE player mostly? can I still participate and go to the deep desert? We've seen this in the beta, though. Like people who are PvE players actually go out in the deep desert and they still manage to lurk around and get some stuff out there.
Yes, like tip their toes basically into PvP. So it's not that scary, like as long as you don't go like where all the big guilds just fight it out and stuff. So still, like there's still opportunities for like solo players specifically as well, but also like PvE players specifically. So and there's also what I think is very cool is that there's a lot of different opportunities and things that a PvE player can actually contribute to the Lanzarote. It's not just PvP.
Correct.
But more on that later. So there's a lot of things there too. But yes, I do think we have actually covered most of the things that we wanted to cover before we go into the Q&A. So as I mentioned, we have been collecting some questions from chat. And while we're preparing those, we also get Jeff back in, so he can also answer some of these questions. That's of course also the reason that we have, we want the questions to be in regards to the topics that we actually covered today, because we have guests on that can actually answer those questions really well, while we might get questions otherwise that these guests are not qualified to answer, right? They work in different departments, so that's also one of the reasons. So yeah, I think once Jeff is here, he's actually walking in right now. Welcome back, Jeff.
Oh, hi.
All right.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Oh, hi. Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
Bonjour,
Bonjour.
monsieur. Canadien. Okay, yes. So we will start with some questions that we collected from chat. Just waiting for the first one to pop up. Obivana, what a cool name. Obivana asks, is voice chat available in game?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, spoilers.
Next
yes.
one.
Yes. Well, it's proximity chat, right? So it's like
It's proximity chat. It'll be so you'll have to enable it. Basically, it'll be disabled by default, but you can go in and enable it if you want. Yes.
All right.
Simple as that. Yes. I hope they're all easy like this.
I'm pretty sure some people are like, no, it should be enforced at all times. You know, like other games have it like a death count, like if you kill someone and it just opens up their microphone.
Yes. Yeah, that would be.
Yannick Man asked, will we have controller support on release?
Yes, I think Steam says partial control support, but yes, the game was built with controller in mind.
Yeah.
So this is one of the things when the UI UX director got on board. That was one of the core directions that he was giving that he was given from the product. So we really want to have really good controller support. So you can pick up your game controller and play everything.
Plug and play.
Plug and play, exactly. And also because it's way easier to design for PC mouse and keyboard than it is for controller. So doing that first and get it out of the way was actually quite a smart move.
Yeah.
I feel like.
I sometimes prefer playing it on controller because then you get the rumble as well.
From the worm specifically.
Yeah,
exactly. It actually freaked me out
yep.
because I hate, I'm sorry, but I don't like playing on controller. I'm a mouse and keyboard player through and through for any genre. But I had my controller connected and on the sides. And and it started like, it freaked me out. It was a great moment. I was like,
Nice.
really on brand too for the worm.
Exactly.
So yeah. Shadow Thoughts asks, are contracts forced co-op or can I do them solo?
Can do everything solo. Like 99.9% of the game can be done solo. We've seen people in the beta doing spice harvesting solo, like flying the transport copter with the harvester, going out, driving the harvester, coming back, taking
it's
the
definitely more work.
So it's a lot more work. Everything can be done solo, but not everything is efficient. So, but yes, 100%.
Yes.
I would.
Oh, Xpades. I hope I didn't butcher that name. If I did, I apologize. How big is Deep Desert? Is it still going to be several zones, meshes, or is population going to be smaller than we expected?
I think we answered this. So,
did you?
Yeah, we did just before you came. It's you can do the repeats then.
Go for it. Let's see if you see the same thing as us. I should have watched the thing when you were talking. Well, the desert is big. I think it's 576 square kilometers or something like this. But I don't have much more to say if you already talked about it, right? Yeah. I'm trying to look at the other question. Is population going to be smaller than we expected? I don't know. What are people expecting?
I'm not really sure either.
We talked about 1,000 players or something like this. So.
I mean, we've said several hundreds, right?
We said several hundreds.
Yes, and that's still the case.
Yes. And yes, it's several zones. There's several servers stuck together. You can cross them seamlessly. And but yeah, it's a vast open sand area with the little tidbits here and there, right? So it's big. It's really big.
It's a lot of little tidbits.
Yes.
Luis LA asks, will Haga Basin be full PvP?
No.
Nope.
No.
We did touch on that a little bit when we talked about the shipwreck and the Imperial testing stations. So you will have full PvE areas where you can't be attacked whatsoever. Also important, your base in Haga Basin won't be able to be attacked.
No.
As long as it has shield up, it won't get destroyed either. Yes.
The Haga Basin is 98% PvE. The Deep Desert is
so we have the
98% PvP.
And we have the shipwrecks.
And we have the shipwrecks. So just a little dip your toe if you want to, and you know.
And I guess talked about it in your stream as well. The places in Haga Basin that are PvP are the shipwrecks.
Exactly.
Except for the first one.
Except for the first one, yes.
Correct, yes.
Just to ease people into things.
Also, the one we entered was actually one of the smaller ones.
Yeah, it was super tiny. Yeah, I wanted to say that. I forgot earlier, but yeah.
There you go.
We have really big shipwreck, but I didn't want it to spoil anything during the stream, so I was like, let's go to this tiny one instead, yes. And Kendall did like half of it, so yeah.
Mixer is asking, there will be timers for bases to decay like in Common Exiles?
Yes. So we have some decay mechanics for the bases. So as long as your base is powered, it is shielded, and as long as it's powered and shielded, you can't destroy it. I think you mentioned it as well.
Yes.
So then, as long as you do that, that's fine. And you can fuel your base up right now in the beta for weeks and leave and then come back again.
So if you go on vacation, you can plan for that.
Yeah, you can plan for that.
I think it's 21 days or something like this.
Yes.
But yeah, and then.
But once the shield goes down, the sandstorm will start tearing at your base, etc., etc. So yes, and there's two types of sub-thieves, but I don't want to go into this. I think you're gonna have a stream later about
We're
this.
gonna have a building stream specifically where we talk about.
Exactly. So it's not going to be like in Conan, but we have something similar to make sure that we get rid of things when people leave the game for too long.
Yeah.
And it's also easier to abandon your base too. Like
Yeah,
just if you want to move and because we have a set limit of how many bases you can have. So it's also we have a lot of quality of life things like that. Also thanks to a lot of the beta testers by the way for their input.
Shout outs.
Shout outs to the beta players.
Absolutely. Salty Scrampy, that name too. People have such amazing names. Salty Scrampy from Twitch asks, can you build anywhere?
The answer is kind of yes. We have places in the game that we made sure that we have what we call no building volumes, because we don't want players to go build on like the Atreides fortress and build a base on it, you know? We don't want players to build inside or around the trade post and on main roads to make sure that people don't block. But yes, you can build anywhere, including on the sand. Just don't do it. Just as like, when you place the sub-thief, it's Halsman tech. It attracts the worm instantly. So you can do on the sand, but Shai Hulud is gonna num at your base.
Yeah, if you feel very spicy, you can try to build on the sand.
It happens to a lot of players. There's a lot of players in the beta who built on the sand.
It happens to our developers too. I saw a post recently somewhere and it's like,
where's my base?
To build on flag. Where's my base?
Where's my base now? Well, just check your log.
Mr.
Destroyed by Shai Hulud. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, exactly.
Danny Loabella on YouTube asks, are there wind traps like the ones in Doom 2000?
There are wind traps.
But not like in the one in Doom 2000. We have
our own wind traps.
No, but yes, but no.
Yes,
I don't think sure. Yeah, we have our own wind traps that is more in line with the movies.
Yeah. I think they look very cool, by the way. I just really like how they look.
And they're really useful when you have a base.
Yes.
Very
Very efficient too.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Football goat, like we had with the names, love it, on YouTube asks, can you attack from the ornithopter?
Yes, you can. The ornithopters can be equipped with a rocket launcher module.
You can even stand on the ornithopter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was reading the question. I'm like,
yeah, that's
you can also kind of like it's a sandbox game, so you can like Shiga Claw and stand on top of a topter with a last gun and weep.
We did that in a playtest internally.
Yes.
Alex, one of our combat designers, or the combat designer basically, he told us, get on the battle bus. Everyone got a
get on the battle bus.
The battle
Get on the battle bus. I love that.
So it was basically
Get
a transport ornithopter with 5 people on top with like las guns and
that's something Alex would do. Absolutely, 100%. Yes.
So you kind of, I guess, yes, you can attack from the ornithopter.
You can attack with the ornithopter and you can attack from the ornithopter as well. Yes, 100%.
Oh, one thing worth mentioning, I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but you can also attack from seated vehicles if it's open.
Yes, if it's open windows.
Yeah, also, if you sit in the buggy, you can pew-pew with your guns when the other one is...
It's the same, yes, and you also have guns equipped on the buggy too.
Yep.
So, lots of options. Mr. Webco on Twitch asks, will there be different types of ground and flying eagles?
Yes,
100%. We have
tons of
we call them
different
ground
ones,
cars, but
different
yeah,
sizes,
we have the sandbag buggy and the famous Topter.
And of course, the harvester.
Yeah, the harvester.
And we have all different kinds of flying vehicles too, including the transport ornithopter.
And the cool thing, because like we have flying vehicles of different sizes as well, like classes. So some of them can have passengers and some of them can't. But in it's modular, so you can kind of tune it to your own experience or whatever you want. So I was
we'll have to see how it will be.
We swapped the back seats for a mining laser, for example.
Yeah, or the 2-person ground vehicle as well. Like you can have an extra seat for your friend, or we've shown that in
more
videos before.
inventory,
Or you can have
more Pvs and PvP, something new.
Yeah, you can just customize it like you want it to be. Alrighty. Oh, that's difficult to pronounce. Oh dear God. Skomazo? No, wait, hang on. One. That's a one again.
Xomaze 1. Xomaze 1.
SXOmaze 1.
Yes.
I'll do it that. I apologize if I butchered your name. On Twitch asks, is there any information for when Doom comes to console?
Not right now.
Not right now.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But it is coming.
Yes, it is
absolutely. Mundem007 asks, can speak to private server purchases. Oh, okay. So we are still, we know that private servers is something that the community really wants, the player really want. We know it's very important for the role-playing community specifically. There's a lot of things that go into decisions and technical aspects when it comes to private servers. There's how much can you mod them, can be allowed to be modded, but then especially our server structure is somewhat complicated and it needs to be taken into consideration for that as well. So at this point, we are very aware that people want it and we are actually looking into options to potentially be able to do it, but we can't really promise or say anything specific at this point. EcoDad75, again, fantastic name, on Twitch asks, how frequently will the DLCs come out?
There is information about the time frame for them on Steam, I believe. So it's every 3 to 4 months.
That counts, yes. Also, I think what's important to mention here, because we mentioned Season Pass, right? In the, we mentioned Season Pass in our business model part, and it's important to mention, this is the name that Steam gives DLC bundle, so that has nothing to do with Battle Pass or anything like that. It's really just what Steam calls the bundles for DLCs. That's why they're called Season Pass on our end as well. Coverter asks, what happens when you are killed? Kill someone within PvP. Do you drop everything? Our body's fully lootable.
First you swear a little bit.
First you swear. That's the first thing that happens.
I definitely will.
Then you
Like a-
respawn. Then you try to get back to your corpse, and then you hope that the other is not there. But
Or
no,
you
it's not.
hope it's there.
You hope it's there, but no, it's not full loot PvP in the game. You lose durability. You lose all your spice, all your CAD, the Solari, resources, and things like that. There is a thing that can happen though in the game.
There is a thing that can happen that can modify.
Modify that for 1 week. Yes.
I don't think we're
No.
going to deeper into it.
We talk about that. We talk
But
about that
by,
later.
By default, no full drop PvP. Full drop in PvP.
Fist of the Walrus. Hey, I remember that name from Common Exiles. Hello, shout out to Fist of the Walrus. Important question. Can you pet the worm?
From the inside, yes.
You can tickle.
Try.
You can tickle
the inside.
Yes,
and
tickle.
that's it. Well, I guess you can pet with like just like throwing darts with a gun, just to kind of like tickles a little bit.
Is that
Maybe that's
petting to
concern
you?
with-
Like, is that what?
I don't know. Shadow doesn't really care about that.
Do you have
so,
pets? Do you have
no, I
pets?
don't.
Oh, good.
I'm
Oh,
allergic,
yeah. Okay.
so.
Good. Good. We're all glad Jeff doesn't have any pets. All right, cool. And I think this is the last question.
Maybe.
Yes. Moxter81 asks, what is the maximum size of guilds?
It's 32.
32 now. Yeah,
32 now.
It's going to be.
Yes, because the servers are 40 and I think or something like that.
32.
Really, you can have
It's like
groups
4
of
groups, is it? Like, yeah.
So it's 32.
So it's yeah. Also, since it didn't come up, but we can probably mention it actively. Since we saw like Battle Pass, Season Pass, and all that confusion. Again, Season Pass is what Steam calls the DLC bundles. We do not have a Battle Pass.
No.
In
No
Dune
Battle
Awakening.
Pass.
No Battle Pass. No in-game monetization of any kind.
Correct.
Correct.
Just so we get that out of the way.
Yes. 100%.
That was the last question.
Oh, that was easy.
That was exciting.
Okay, that's good.
That was our first on Awakening stream.
Yes.
Like
Pretty good.
our first on Awakening live stream. We had a few hiccups here and there, but hey, we can learn, we can improve. I mean, if it would have been perfect, we couldn't improve anymore, so we wouldn't want that either, right? So
No, exactly.
there's more streams coming down in the future. More opportunities to ask questions. Ole Andreas, Jeff, thank you so much for being here with us.
It's a pleasure.
Also to everyone who joined us today, either on Twitch, on YouTube, or on stream. On Steam, I think we are live on Steam as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you very much. And yes, I think goodbye for now until we see you in the next stream.
Yeah. Blah blah. I mean, lots of blah blah.
But the war of
That's a really good
assassins
question,
and the Sardaukar pogrom put an end to that. Now the sector is crawling with scavengers,
Very
fighting
nice,
over
yeah.
the scraps of Imperium technology left in the wake of this so-called noble war. But that's to your advantage, your
It definitely has a meta story, yeah.
to do the hard work,
Yeah,
gathering
yeah.
the salvage, and then take
Scout
it from
for a
them.
scavenger camp.
Don't hesitate to kill them all.
Where are you?
That's where you
just
do the same to you.
I think I found a scavenger camp.
Copper ore efficiency. How do we find fuel cells?
Probably along
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
the way. I'm gonna walk. Where do we get group up actually? Is there a social menu? There's gotta be a social menu.
Let's see. Tutorials.
Map, inventory, crafting. If you find, I don't see one. Oh wait, there it is on the bottom.
What?
There it is. Friend request. Party invite sent.
How
The
do I
very,
accept
very
it?
bottom middle. Aiden, thank you very much, Aiden.
Oh, social.
Kraken.
Party invites.
There we go.
There we go.
I hear a worm.
Fucking worm.
Oh, there he is.
Where?
Can I ping it? Oh, you see it? Childhood.
There's another game.
All right. Do you see my markers? I wonder.
Is this you?
You should see me maybe on your compass now. I'm running to another. Oh, see where's
Up
that?
here, what?
Oh, okay.
Nissan Al Gaib.
We're good.
Just running up to random people.
Saying Nissan Al Gaib.
Ollie's getting excited. Oh man, we're just having a ball here.
It says kill the scavengers, but maybe they're all dead.
Yeah, I killed them already.
Was this you? This is you.
Yeah.
Wait, well now I have to kill them. Where are they?
They were right here. There were 3 of them inside.
Oh.
Killed them all.
We have to wait for them to respawn.
We need fuel cells. Ollie, stop it.
Oh wait, what's over here? What's this?
That's copper ore. There's a player running across the way right there.
Well, we can't shoot him.
Oh, it shows your little laser. I don't know where we get fuel cells from.
I think we have,
Maybe just randomly?
I'm sure we have to make them, but
No, it says salvage fuel cells.
oh, well I have to kill these scavengers first, so
Okay.
wait for them to respawn.
They are light blue square things.
Or maybe I need to find a scavenger camp.
Ja, passt. Hören wir sich wieder nächstes Mal. Gute Nacht.
Sounds like Ollie had a lot of
Ja, gleich hinchillen
coffee
und
too.
dann. Mal schauen wegen
If you find another
Phantom
scavenger
halt.
camp, then we can go there and kill them, because I can't progress this until
Okay.
I find another one.
I think I'm coming up on someone else's camp, so I'm just gonna kill him.
Wait, no, don't. Don't kill them. Wait for me.
Like,
So,
oh,
like-
yeah, I found him.
Alright, I'm coming
Okay, I
over.
killed one. Did you get credit?
No,
Come over here. Do you hear the guns going off?
I'm running to you.
I can only bob and weave so much.
Well, drop back.
I'm doing the walk. Oh god, I just sprinted off a mountain.
Good. That's what you deserve. How did you get up there? Oh, you can climb. Of course.
Yeah. Oh, you should be. Listen, okay. Is that a player? Are you shooting him?
It's obvious you've had some
All right, I did it.
off-worlder.
Ah, big shot.
Truly prepare you for what the desert has in store.
I'm going down.
Your skills and harden yourself to
I'm
the
going
violence you
down.
need to survive. Remember,
I killed him. Oh my god, I had 1 HP left.
or kill you.
Oh, here we go.
Without a still
Sorry,
tent,
Ollie,
you're
let's go
easy
do what
prey
you
to
need
the
to do.
sandstorms that sweep across the
Good
desert.
grief. Hey, Bruce,
Those
how about
storms
that?
tear flesh from bone and shred metal like paper.
Oh, he's right. If you're in the chat, in the shared chat with both JP and I, exclamation point Dune. This is an MMO. This is an MMO. Exclamation point Dune. Click both of our links.
You'll be claiming a portion of the
Go to both of those
surface for your
both those links. Wish list or pre-order if you want. Thank you, Muko, for gifting the night shot very much.
on the specifics.
And yeah, check it out. It's Dune MMO, Dune Awakening. Exclamation point or mark? Exclamation point, always. Click the link. All right, that's equipped. I still have one. Ability's supposed to be equipped and active. Oh, you're good. I'm looking at other things I can unlock. Recover more health immediately when you use health kits to your excellent conditioning. I'm gonna learn that health kit thing. We're gonna need water here pretty soon.
Oh, I'm full up on water.
Where'd you get all the water?
From the dew plants.
Oh, that's weird. 'Cause it always said like you can't do it. Do you need a tool out to do that?
No. Research the basic construction kit.
Yeah, it says cannot drink. How did you? Oh, you need to craft maybe the tool, the little side. Is there a tool that you can? Essentials. Uncle Death, thank you very much, Uncle Death.
Wait, what? Oh, there's different. I didn't realize there was different things.
Oh, did you find any more fuel cells?
Yeah, I found some up here. They were at that camp where you killed everything and then ran away.
Oh, so you must.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What is this? Oh, the construction stuff is. Wait, is this someone else's base?
Oh, it might be.
What in the world?
What in the world? No, this is for sure. Well, this is an
Is that
outpost. I'm at an outpost right now. The three-way outpost.
Yeah. You can search. There's fuel cells over here, I'm sure.
I just don't see them.
You gotta go up and find them in chests.
Wait, show me. Show me.
What's this?
I picked it up.
What's that? Free intel. We can break this.
Did we both get that?
I have no idea. See, there's stuff in there. There's 2 bandages in there.
Yep. You keep stealing all my fuel cells.
Can I just give you the fuel cells?
I don't know how many you have. I just need to find what they look like.
Let me see if I can just drop fuel cells and you'll get, okay, I just dropped fuel cells right there. Pick those up.
Like all. That worked. Yeah,
I
it did.
Great.
I wonder, yeah, I still don't even know what they look like, so. Research the basic construction kit. Okay.
Okay, I need some dew plants. Or the dew whizzles. Whoa, there's like a ship over there.
Wait, where? What?
See that off in the distance?
Oh, yeah. They're looking for us.
Well, they're gonna find the Lisan Al Gaib.
Which one is that? Is it me or you? Thank you, marry me for the 4 years. I'm gonna say it's me. Start to interact with a
Brendan haven't told me yet.
sub 5 console with a construction tool.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. That's the exact thing I'm on. So we have to build a base somewhere, but I'm getting hydrated.
Too close to a no building zone. Okay,
Yeah, so I don't know how this, like...
Where do you want to put it? Basically, we just have to construct it somewhere else that's not this outpost.
Oh, so I can build it, like, right here.
Congratulations.
Great,
You're
that
now
actually
the
counted for both of us,
proud
too.
owner of an Imperial
Nice.
sub-fief.
There's people talking over
Or
there.
a sub-fief. But it's enough for now. Get your construction tool out and get cracking. It's not a shelter
Construct
without walls and a
foundations.
roof.
Foundation. I do not have permissions for this action. Oh, you may have to...
Do I have to manage it?
Maybe? Oh, yeah, no, you just did it for a second. It was just on. I just saw it.
Well, that was public. So that means anyone can come fuck with it.
Is there only public?
There's public, guild, associate, co-owner, or owner. Oh, permissions.
Like party,
Okay,
maybe?
there you go. Now you're an associate.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Now I can do
You
it.
should be able to craft stuff.
Yeah. Wait, no. It says you don't have required permissions for this action. Hold on.
Really?
Use manage?
Oh, brother. Okay, now
Congrats.
you're co-owner.
Okay, let's see if that did it. That worked.
Jeez.
Makes sense. I should be a co-owner, since I am the Nissan Al-Gaib.
Did you make the things?
I made one there. Make one there. This is all I've got. It's like it only will let me put it in the middle there. Otherwise, it's on. You can't put it on a hill. Oh, there we go. It's interesting. It like
Why
cuts
does it
into
say 3?
construct walls. Okay. Hopefully, you're not a base builder because I am not.
Hopefully, I am a base builder. Is what you're saying?
I'm a hunter-gatherer.
Oh yeah. No, I'm with that. When you're making those walls, it's doing it for both of us, so I'm okay.
Oh, great. Okay, good. I managed to get a bunch of rocks.
Listen, okay.
Why are you? What?
Because there's someone over here. Here, get your knife out. Come walk on this man's. Ah, he's shooting me! He's shooting me!
All right, I'm coming.
He's a terrible shot, though. Oh shit, son! There's 2 of us now, motherfucker! You messed up.
Is that another player?
Yeah. He just shot me first. He's about to leave it. He knows the moves. The sandworm's not gonna get him. Just taking so many shots at it. Pretty sure that's Lawman. All he saw was that I just went Lisan Al-Gaib, and then he started shooting me. Oh, that's funny. RP servers for this are going to be hilarious.
Yeah, they are. All right. I made a little shelter and a door. You're allowed to come in here. Construct your with a small storage container. Let's see here.
Wait, why did you make a door when, like, you didn't close the side of the base?
Well, why don't you worry about that?
Alright, thanks for watching. I'll be seeing you soon enough. I'll take a look. Have a good one. Peace out.